Hello and welcome to Ghoul Gang Rising, a weekly show where Reece and I dunk on the worst foreign policy takes of the week. This is episode 27, and we got an absolute set of doozies to dunk on tonight. We
And we
got
got the whole posse.
We got the whole posse. We got Kirkpatrick doctrine not equal to simping despots here tonight, which in and of itself is a massive pill that goes over so many losers and boozers' heads. It is remarkable, honestly, how they're able to grasp something that seems so based and yet fuck it up so much. It's disgraceful. So there we are, and here we are. So this is episode 27, and let's flipping go. Okay.
Let's flipping go.
Let us flipping go.
Oh, man. You know, speaking of doozies, I have one that I really wanted us to start on. I was referencing this on Twitter the other day. I believe you're not going to believe what I have to show you. The title of this video is US's Colombian connection to Haitian assassination revealed.
Oh my god.
And this is from Russia Today.
Well, I mean that checks out. That makes sense. It'd be weird if it wasn't from Russia Today. Oh, see, he's got the technology, even though they live in a regime that makes the 13th century look enlightened. So
he's got the big tech, bro.
Yeah, he's a big tech bro. What a goofy
it's the information era. I'm flipping through videos and articles.
But it's like Jetsons. It's like, I mean, it makes sense for the Jetsons to do it because they're like, they lived in the past and they're like, oh, the future, we're going to have robots and tech and stuff. But it's like, okay, but like this meme, this is overplayed. Like, we get it. It's like, oh, he's swiping stuff. It's like, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, great, wonderful. I think all the hawks would swipe left on Putin, so you know his boss.
That is, I was gonna say that. I'm glad you did that, because that is what he's doing. He's swiping left and right.
That's right. He's like, ooh, liberal hawk, swipe left. Ooh, brutal despot, swipe right.
I see.
Oh, I wonder if I'll get to go on a date with Assad just like Tanky Tulsi.
Well, if you believe in yourself, anything's possible.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Let's start over. Well, let's literally start over because StreamYard doesn't really want to comply.
does not comply.
Okay.
We're gonna have to arrest StreamYards at this point.
Oh, for sure. Like, I mean, eventually I do want to get the Premium Pro through them, but they're gonna have to fix this shit first. So. Dude. So that hard swipe, he was swiping right. He saw Putin there, man. He's like, ooh, me like
ding, 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 ding.
Yeah. It's like, no, I don't have that meme, but there's that meme of Mitt Romney staring down Josh Hawley and somebody edited in, the hearts to make it look like Mitt Romney's in love with Hawley.
No.
By the way, there's a 50% chance that account, that Romney Hawley Stan account, that's actually a real person that likes both of them. So,
well,
because there are people like that out there. There was the populist neocon guy now, all this kind of stuff. Okay. And he's like a fan of Trump.
I'm not surprised. Really, any random combination, no matter how contradictory it seems.
Yeah, like neoliberal national Bolshevism, for example.
Or the Anfash, as we were discussing recently.
Yes, anarcho-fascism. I mean, it makes sense. You're going to have anarchy I mean, you have to keep order, otherwise things fall apart. So that actually makes sense. So.
Portable TV. Come watch with me.
It's so cringy. This is like something that would have been kind of tried and overrated in 2006, but here we are. It's 2021, and it's like, ooh, we got that futuristic tech. It's like, okay,
Portable
like
TV.
The Jetsons would have done. Okay. Except the Jetsons wouldn't have done dictator apologetics. They were actually an anti-communist show. So.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Red Scare McCarthyism.
It's McCarthyism, bro.
Yeah, this is Red Scare shit. It's like, yeah, shouldn't you be scared of a country with thousands of nukes pointed at you? Like, if you're not scared of a country with thousands of nukes pointed at you, then you have a problem.
Hi, I'm Rick Sanchez. Welcome back. So, U.S. agents have made a home in Colombia for more than a decade. They are steeped in Colombian politics and have well-established sources and informants in the drug trade there. I know.
Uh-oh. What? No. Here's what's so stupid about it. He's implying like, ooh, they're trying to get Colombia like addicted to drugs and make it like a drug place and everything. Except the reason why the informants and stuff are in there are to actually bust the cartels. Like, is he aware of which side the U.S. is on in the drug war in Colombia? Because it's not on the side of the cartels. So,
is he aware of why police officers or federal agents would be involved in a criminal organization to begin with? You could say that about America. Oh no, so you had informants in the drug trade. Like, well, yeah, that's how it goes.
It reminds me of Daniel Black when he asked for Henry's honest to goodness opinion of him as a moderator, and he said, "Oh, well, I think you're full of shit." And he's like, and he went on to the moderator or the informant thing, and Henry's just like, "Wait, so you think an informant is an agent?" And he's like, "Yeah." Like, he didn't get it. He thought that the FBI, when they had informants in all these groups, he thought that was, oh, you go to work, you clock in at the FBI headquarters, and then you like dress up as a neo-Nazi and go and start a terrorist. He's not that bright. He also thought that the reason why America was in Afghanistan was to spread my feminisms. So, and
my transgenderism.
Yes, because that's what Mitch McConnell said. Except he didn't. Okay.
You know what's funny is that Daniel Black debate may prove to be more prophetic than you think, because that is definitely the implication of this RT segment. They don't really seem to understand the role of an informant either.
Well, maybe Daniel Black could get a job there. You know, he just needs to work on his rhetoric a little bit, and he needs to work on his public speaking. But he'd be a great fit for their corporation.
There you go. We're providing job opportunities around.
That's right.
So
really, except unless your name is Nick Fuentes, because even he's too toxic for Russia Today.
Oh, they can have him on one of their more, openly anti-Semitic channels, maybe.
I've covered this story. By the way, many of these informants and sources that U.S. agents have developed in Colombia, they're not model citizens. That's why
it's so... Dude, what a meme. What a meme. Not model citizen. Wait, well, your boss isn't a model citizen. Your boss kills journalists.
Many of these informants are not model citizens.
Okay, so an informant is almost always somebody that was on the inside and on the other side and then decided to cooperate with authorities. Imagine being an upstanding citizen. How would you even... You
couldn't be an informant. What would you be an informant for?
Like, imagine you had nothing to do with a certain cartel and you just went to the Colombian police authorities and said, look, I want to be an informant for you. I don't know anything about it, but I want to help you guys deal with the drug cartel. And they'd be like, well, you get a job with us, but like we could train you, but what do you mean be an informant?
I dare any upstanding citizen to go to their nearest police department and volunteer themselves as an informant. And they'd be like, oh, are you connected to something? Well, yeah, I know I know the scoop on the local candy shop. You know, I go in there every week. They're going to be like, okay, you know, thanks for your application, but I don't think we can find much use for you. You got nothing. You have nothing. You have no substantive economy.
Yeah. It's like you go in to offer to be an informant to the New Zealand crime investigators or whatever, and they're like, so like, which gang are you a part of? And it's like, it's an old lady, and it's like, well, like, I'm not really into like the gang bangery or anything, but like, I'll tell you, I got the inside scoop. They're genetically modifying the Kiwis up north. I can tell you what they're doing. They're like, oh god, here we go again.
Not genetically modifying the Kiwis.
No. She didn't have nothing. She had a scoop. She had Kiwis. She didn't have nothing. She had Kiwis. By the way, I'll give a heads up to everybody right now. I could go into details or anything. There might actually, unironically, be an arranged debate between me and Haas. That might actually be something that's happening. Because he refuses to debate me when I've challenged him, but we might have a moderator that might be able to set something up that will be probably the biggest memes. That'll be like Liz versus me level memes, like months of entertainment. So I can't wait. Reece, what do you think about that? Who do you think is gonna win if Haas and I debate?
What a head scratcher there. Well,
his chat's more lit. That's what Destiny said.
You know, if we're measuring it by, you know, the winner is who has the most gorilla emojis in the chat. Yeah, probably him. Now that I think about it.
Yeah.
Actual substance of the arguments. Let's go with you. I think you're going to win that one.
So in other words, he's going to win because he's going to have more gorilla emojis.
I mean, honestly, he's going to malfunction because his only arguments boil down to, you know, he takes pride in that, you know, China's winning, in quotes. They're on the rise at the very least. They're growing in power. They're consolidating power. And he thinks that, oh, I guess all he's going to have to say to you is a cope. But you're going to be like, well, yeah, I know. I want to stop that.
Yeah.
He's not used to debating people like you. He's used to debating people like Burns and Vosh and Destiny.
Or neolibs that embrace the free trade.
Yeah, they don't really have good arguments to put up against him if their only real care in the world is making a profit. Then yeah, no, he's gonna win those debates.
Yeah, well, that's basically it. I mean, a tanky can win a debate against an anarcho-communist. But a tanky can't win a debate against a liberal unilateralist. It's impossible. So
that being said, him winning those debates is very questionable because he's just such an annoyance.
Yes.
And I mean, out of all the debates we've seen, so we've seen bits of his debate with Socialism Done Left. We've seen bits with Vosh and Destiny. Destiny absolutely railroaded him. Like, he didn't even have to try. He turned him into a joke, basically.
No, but that's assuming he was being sarcastic. We don't know that he was being sarcastic. Haas didn't seem to think he was being sarcastic.
He was being sarcastic.
Because if he wasn't being sarcastic, that means that he actually just admitted he took an L. Because he said that Haas had a more lit chat and that he would be the next Vosh. And when Haas asked him if he was being sarcastic, Destiny said no. So what do you say to that, Reece?
Well, you know, fair enough. If he said it, if it came out of his own lips, then I stand corrected. Good point.
Well, there we go. So maybe Haas will win. We'll have to see. It'll depend on his chat. Right now, we've got competition here. We got monkeys and sons.
Yeah, no, we're getting a head start over here.
Yeah, we got Minecraft says, I can bring the socks if you want socks. Mini monkey. Can you, no. Can you imagine if he got out monkeyed by the Hawk Gang with the emojis? He's like, where's my army? Where's the gorilla army?
You never come to support me on Twitter. Where are you?
Because he'll know which accounts are his and which are ours. Like, and make your names obvious, like Neocons Win and Hawk Gang and like Hawks Hawks for dubs and all that, but like spam the monkey emojis just to piss him off. That would be hilarious. Can you imagine if the monkey emojis were more frequent on our side? So he doesn't even have that, because that's all he has going for him right now is that he's got more monkey and suns emojis. But like, what if we have more monkey and suns emojis? What if our emojis are stronger? What if we have the strongest emojis, the best emojis? What about that? With the greatest emojis.
You should grill him on if the sun represents Japan's rising sun. That'd be funny.
Because for me, when I use the sun emoji, it's usually when I'm doing the nuke pilled thing, because it's like you can also use it to represent a thermonuclear explosion. So it's pretty spooky. Because that's what the sun is. Like the sun is just a big spooky nukie.
That's right. Constantly exploding.
Yeah, that's right. It's funny. People get spooked by the dark, but actually daytime's more spooky, because if you go outside in the daylight, you'll see this thing sun.
But if you go out when it's dark, you'll see this thing called the moon.
The moon. That's right. And what is the moon? It's just the reflected spookery of the sun. So
the poor man's sun.
That's right. Yeah. And it's not even as bright as the sun either. So it's not as nuke pilled as the sun.
Weak and lame pilled, for sure.
And lame pilled, for sure. That is the new saying. We're gonna make that happen for sure. So there you go. And the losers and boozers can mope and cope. So let's continue with this video.
Come on, StreamYard.
Weak and moon
I
pilled.
covered this story.
Weak and moon pilled.
You're so moon pilled, bro.
Moon pilled. I've never heard that one before. That's pretty funny. Okay.
By the way, many of these informants and sources that U.S. agents have developed in Colombia, they're not model citizens. That is why it's so interesting to learn today that one of the men who was apparently behind the assassination of Haiti's president is, as it turns out,
okay, that's awesome. Gorillas and eagles.
And
it's
suns.
Like, yeah, it would be like if there was a hawkish infrared. Well, except infrared is kind of a hawk anyway, just for the other side. But
that's true. The neocon infrared will rise.
No, you know what gorillas and eagles are? That's basically Trotskyism. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
So this guy just said, it's interesting. Well, he had his meme where he said, some of these informants are bad people or whatever. But so there's one guy who allegedly was part of assassinating Haiti's president, who at one point in time served as an informant in Colombia for the United States. So what's the story? Like, could you have a more transparent conspiracy theory? It totally falls apart. I mentioned this on Twitter, that what is the end game? Are they going to say that the U.S. is going to go in and they're going to enforce regime change, or they're going to enforce, hegemony? Well, no. Current administration said, they were asked, like, are you going to send troops into Haiti? And they said, no. You know why? Because it was Joe Biden. I don't know what people are expecting. So, normally these conspiracies would fall flat, but they really fall flat right about now.
Well, Joe Biden, he's a big warmonger. He's a big hawk. That's why all you hawks like
him.
Right?
They're so desperate to sell that narrative. Who's buying it?
Lots of people on the left right now, and even
lots
some
of
people
idiots
on the right. And even some people on the right, like Nick Fuentes and those people that think that Joe Biden's doing the forever wars for Israel. Like, by the way, Nick Fuentes should endorse Joe Biden. Joe Biden got the withdrawal done earlier in his term than Trump did. So
it's true.
Can you imagine he did that though? Like, imagine Nick Fuentes came out and said straight up, no, you know what? Trump killed Soleimani. Biden's the anti-war president. I'm going to support him. Like, he won't, but because he does his old America first thing. But when he's taking the mask off before, he's bitched about Trump being soft on Israel and Trump being, having Jews in his family, that kind of stuff and everything. So he wouldn't like Joe Biden either, but he's always talking about the endless wars and everything. So,
He won't do it, but it would be funny to see the aftermath of that.
He would endorse Tulsi, though. If it was Tulsi versus, say, any Republican, maybe not Trump, but if it was anybody else, he'd endorse Tulsi over any other. Like, he'd endorse Tulsi over DeSantis, probably. So.
Yeah, for what his endorsement is worth.
Rob
Erdogan. That's right.
Like, that is such an obscure reference that nobody outside this community would have any idea who we're talking about, because it's two names that have nothing to do with Ron DeSantis. So,
yeah, I don't even know. I don't know Ron DeSantis, but I do know Rob Erdogan. So,
yeah, Rob Erdogan, he's the dictator of Florida. So, or was he the democratically elected governor of Turkey? I don't know.
One of the two.
A DEA.
Why not both?
Informant. Correspondent John Huddy has the story.
He was an informant. Yeah, what a shock. You're telling me that an informant didn't necessarily reform and continued engaging in criminal activity?
That would be the first time in history, actually.
Yeah, no, they usually, all of them, they go straight and they become model citizens.
Yeah.
It may shock you to hear this, but many of these informants are not model citizens. Good Lord. How can that be your take?
Rob the Castley? Wow.
I just call him Rob Death Santis. That's what all the cool kids on Twitter call him.
Correspondent John Huddy has the story.
I like how he chuckled about that.
Yeah, like, who is this guy? Rick Sanchez. Like, yeah. He sounds like, I'm pretty sure he used to work for American media, like Larry King, before he used to, like, okay, so Rick Sanchez, a character from Rick and Morty. I've never even seen that show. I know, like, Rick Sanchez from Fortnite now, but that's basically it. Like, okay, that's his name. Okay. Russia Today. Let's see what comes up. Rick Sanchez, Russia Today, because a lot of their people that they hire used to work for American media. Let's see. Rick Sanchez, he's a journalist. Let's see. He's a Cuban-American journalist, radio host, and author. He is a Russia Today America contributor and was previously a columnist for Fox News and Fox News Latino, and a former correspondent for Spanish language network Mundo Fox. After some years as the lead local anchor on Miami's WSVN, Sanchez moved to cable news, first as a daytime anchor at MSNBC, later at CNN, where he began as a correspondent and ultimately rose to become an anchor. On CNN, he hosted his own show, Rick's List, and served as contributor to Anderson Cooper 360. So yeah, no, that's where I would have seen him before. So understand something. RT, they don't just hire nobodies out of anywhere, like, some of these insane outlets and stuff with, like, nobodies that shill for Putin. He probably makes a fair bit of money over there. I don't know their salaries. My guess is RT probably offers similar salaries to like CNN and stuff. Like, they're funded specifically by the Russian state to win over Americans. So of course they're going to hire American television personalities to work there. He might be making more at RT than at CNN. He's probably making, well, a minimum 6 figures. Like RT isn't just some like fly by night thing. Like, sure, those guys that we watch where they're like in a library and there's people in the background and stuff, those guys are probably making minimum wage. Rick Sanchez at RT, Larry King at RT, no, when he was there, probably making like upper six figures or more, right? Or like, how else would they get people like this? Does he have any sympathies to Russia? That's weird. I doubt it. I mean, I think they hook in a lot of these people by offering competitive salaries, and oh, it's Russia. It's kind of exotic. A lot of people don't really know anything about Russia. So, but that's embarrassing. Yeah. He should be embarrassed to work there. I wouldn't work there. Like if somebody came up to me right now, I'm not rich or anything. Like I'm pretty poor. Somebody said, "Oh yeah, we'll give you $100,000 to work for Russia today." I'm like, no, fuck off. Like, why? Why would you sell your dignity for like? There's no amount of money to defend the Russian state and be famous for that. That's nuts.
You're giving up the opportunity of a lifetime.
Because now he's going to be known. His career is going to be known as, oh, he sold out and went to work for Russia today. That's what he's going to be known as.
It does put a lot of their coverage in context, though, because, and you know, obviously a lot of it is going to be bitching about the American media, and then you realize that a lot of people involved are disgruntled former employees of American media.
Oh yeah,
it's like, oh, I see. Now everything's starting to fall into place a little bit.
But is Sanchez even disenfranchised or whatever? Was Larry King? I don't think so. I think RT must actually offer them competitive salaries, and that's probably why they took the job. Like the only way, yeah, because you got to think about it. They get hundreds of millions of dollars a year, which is nowhere near some of the budgets of some of the big media in the U.S., but it only goes to a few top positions. Like it's Peter Lavelle, it's guys like Sanchez, it was people like Larry King and Tom Hartman, those types of people. They make the big bucks. Everybody else gets minimum wage, and they're honored. They're happy to. They're like, oh, we sympathize with Putin. It's like, great. Did Larry King sympathize with Putin? No, absolutely not. But he wasn't just on RT for a few seconds, like Dr. Zeush says. He was actually there for a few years. I remember when he was on Russia Today. I used to watch his show over there. He would just do his standard interview segment. There wasn't even like a pro. See, here's the thing about the Larry King thing. It wasn't even from a pro-Russian perspective. Just basically imagine his show on CNN, except it's on Aura TV in Russia Today. That was it. And I think that was part of it. I don't think they told him. By the way, I don't think they told him or implied like, hey, look, try to slant things from a Russian perspective. I think they wanted him to just do his thing to make Russia Today look legitimate as like real journalism, because Larry King is like the gold standard in interviews. So, you know.
Yeah, they do that all the time. When I'm looking through their channel list for things to cover, a lot of it isn't really politically related. And they just had a semi big deal signed with William Shatner. They brought him on board. They gave him a show. Which, as far as I know, is
Russia. No, I don't think he does.
It doesn't have anything to really do with geopolitics, as far as I am aware.
No, so they offer the big bucks to these people, and they lend legitimacy, so people think of Russia Today just as another news network. Because if they just have, I don't know, Jesse Ventura sing the Kremlin line, nobody's going to watch it. They have to make it more subtle and appealing to Western audiences. And then once you're already on the network, oh, what's up next? Oh, Redacted with Lee Camp. Oh, what's he going to tell us? Oh, uh-oh. But by then you're already used to it, because you're like, well, we just watched Larry King. Now we're going to watch Lee Camp, and then we're going to watch Abby Martin. This is just a regular American news station. Like South Park should have done an episode like that. They did that with the Chin Pokemon, where Pokemon were actually like a Japanese psychological op against the United States to try to like win over the kids to turn them against them. That's basically like, this is like Chin Pokemon, but in real life. It's like, oh yeah, no, we gotta watch RT, man.
Hey, man, I don't know if that Pokemon line is too much of a conspiracy. I feel pretty won over. I feel like the youth of America are pretty won over by Japanese culture. So if they really want to insert something more insidious, now is the time.
They're so won over. By the way, it was so effective that even even white nationalists, even American ethno-state nationalists that are anti-globalist, anti-free trade, totally isolationist, don't want to do trade even with Canada. Even those guys are obsessed with Japanese culture. It's like, what happened to nationalism? You're obsessed with a different country. Well, that's kind of weird. Now, Japan arguably has had the most effective media to win over the hearts and minds of people, at least since the end of the Cold War, right? Because it used to be the United States. But no, I mean, like, who doesn't love at least some products that are exported by Japan, though? You know, media. I mean, they have some of the best manufacturing in the world. Like, they're based. I always find it funny when people talk about how like Japan's like on its death knell or whatever. Like, oh, they're not having enough kids. I'm like, they're like the equivalent of a dude who's like Jeff Bezos who decides to like take a few years off. It's like, is that the end of the world? No, they're rich as fuck. They can do whatever they want. They're gonna be fine, you know? Like, oh, they won't have as many kids. It's like, okay, they're the third richest country in the world, one of the richest countries in history. I think they'll be fine. I'd rather be born there than almost anywhere else in the world. So, I mean, because Bangladesh has a higher birth rate, birth rates. That's all that matters, right? That's what the alt right says. Where would they rather live, Japan or Bangladesh? I think we all know. So, but my birth rates, man, we have to get them up. It's like, why? Why? Like, industrialized, developed, civilized countries in the developed world tend to have lower birth rates. Developing countries tend to have higher birth rates. As they develop, their birth rate lowers. It turns out that a lower birth rate is actually a sign of progress. So, and birth rates don't win wars. It's not about how many soldiers you have. It's about how many spooky Nukies you have these days. So,
Absolutely.
Netflix series paid Colombian assassins, a DEA informant, and a failed South Florida business owner, all embroiled in a scheme allegedly bankrolled by a Haitian wannabe oligarch to kill Haiti's president. Truth is certainly stranger than fiction in the ongoing drama about the assassination of Haitian President Jovenel Moïse. The Miami Herald reports one of the men who allegedly told investigators he was recruited to work as a translator for the Colombian gunman who took Moïse out, 55-year-old Joseph Vincent of South Florida, was also a DEA informant at one time. His accomplice, 35-year-old James Solage, said he too was recruited online to work as a translator for the operation, which, according to Haitian officials, the men said was only meant to arrest, not kill President Moïse. But as we know, Moïse was shot several times at his private residence in the mountains above Port-au-Prince early in the morning, July 7th. After trying to escape and engaging in a gunfight with police, 17 alleged gunmen were captured. Haitian officials said several are former Colombian military commandos turned guns for hire, working for a security firm out of South Florida. Colombia's vice president called it unacceptable.
Well, clearly then it's Colombia's fault.
yeah, see, this is one of the problems with Mercs, by the way, is that the government that they're registered in gets in trouble when they have no control over their own actions. Like, so for me, I know this is a hot take. If I was in charge, I would ban mercenaries. Like, they're done. There's no more Blackwater. There's no more any of this shit.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you let this stain your public image?
They're infamous for committing war crimes, and they have no loyalty to your nation necessarily.
Oh, and they can be bought out by the Russians too if they offer more money. That's what, like, Machiavelli was red pilled on this like 600 years ago. He was like, no. Any smart prince never hire a mercenary ever. Get a national army. That's what he said. So, like, he knew this shit. And yet we got people today that can't figure it out.
Yeah, no. Somebody should have told the British Empire, am I right?
With Haitian officials to try and figure out how the plan was carried out.
For us, it's so important to have clarity about what happened, why there are some former members of the Colombian Armed Forces. And of course, we are helping all these international Interpol, the police, international police, in order to have all the information.
Imperialist lies. We all know it's you.
Imperialism, man. Imperialism.
There's like, talk about transparent propaganda, this desperate effort to take these guys, these Colombian mercs or whatever, you know, former service members, who, and you have one of them who served as an informant for the U.S. at one point, and say, well, actually, let's drag the U.S. and Colombia into this, because those are two nations we don't like very much, because this is a network that's pro-Russia, it's pro-Cuba, pro-Venezuela. They're going to take issue with Colombia. How about this? How about you prevent this situation in Colombia where you have these military defections and then you have people go on to do shady things. You prevent that by actually bolstering Colombia as a proper allied nation. Now, obviously, we are doing that to an extent. We're doing a lot of work there to curtail the drug trade problem, because mostly because that actually has a direct effect on us as well. It's not purely out of altruism, but no, it would be such a better situation. You know how you can really help Colombia? You do a regime change war in Venezuela. Because Venezuela is infamous for sending over, terrorists to attack Colombia. They're actively engaged with a war with Colombia basically at all times. But no, you can't talk about that. You can't talk about that. And I believe it was kind of a similar problem to what you're talking about, where, people would be bought and paid for by Venezuela, even if they were in Colombia. There was no real national loyalty. And it's like, well, I thought Venezuela was poor. Oh, the people are poor.
Yeah.
The government, though, they've got plenty of money to throw around. Don't worry, they're doing fine.
Oh yeah, that's the thing, right? Is that at the end of the day, mercenaries, like you said, Reece, they have no allegiance. They're a liability. Because even when they're an asset, you're worried about them and that they could become a liability. They basically are a liability. There's no point in keeping mercenaries around. Like, I get that in a lot of these countries, it's hard to enforce the law across the board, but the United States allows private military contractors. The US could ban them. It'd be harder for Colombia to do it, but the US could do it. You could just make these organizations illegal, but it's not going to happen because people don't care. And then you have the libertarians. They'll say, no, they're based. They're like cyberpunk build.
It's just like the Wild West, man. It's just, Hey, man, it sounds like, I thought you were a capitalist. You're against a man making an honest living. Come on,
you're
now.
a capitalist and you're against piracy. Come on, man. Somalia flags.
They're making dough. Come on now.
Wait, I thought you were a capitalist. You don't support communist China? They make money. Dude.
They leave Colombia, all the information about their communications, everything, in order to clarify this horrible crime.
Haitian officials said this week the brains behind the bungled operation was allegedly Haitian-American doctor Christian Emmanuel Sanon, who reportedly had practices in Palm Beach County, Florida. They say Sanon flew to Haiti on a private jet back in June, and initially the plan was to arrest Moisey, reportedly on a 2019 warrant.
I did want to clarify a point real quick. So this is a good example of this from the U.S. Embassy in Georgia. It said that the 2019 country reports on terrorism, released June 24th, documents Colombian and religious terrorist organizations inside of Venezuela that are not only permitted to operate in the country, but encouraged to stay by illegitimate leader Nicolas Maduro. So yeah, they're I mean, if you want to talk about nations harboring terrorists, Venezuela is infamous for that in our hemisphere. And that's a big situation where basically you could have a group directly attack Colombian people or the Colombian government, and they don't have far to go where they can find safe refuge. They don't have far to go at all, and they will absolutely face no consequences once they cross that border. But yeah, we can get back to this.
No, it's a disaster. And people say, oh, that's not our problem, man. It's like, it's a problem for anybody in the Americas especially, but anybody that cares about democracy and human rights and all that kind of stuff. Because if you say Venezuela doesn't matter, then what's next that doesn't matter? Eventually, why even care about your own land? You know? So, because the logical conclusion of that is I only care about my own militia in the woods and everybody else can go fuck themselves. That's a logical conclusion. It's not even
There might be some
nationalism.
feds
It's
in my
not-
militia,
But
though.
it's not even nationalism. Like, look at how a lot of nationalists actually speak. They tend to not even like half of the country that they live in. They tend to usually they'll attack the coast more than any rural
Oh,
area.
where all the people live. Yeah.
Yeah, about half of the people in America live in cities, and a lot of the nationalists in America would call them dirty city folk that they wouldn't care even if they got nuked. So there you go.
Palace in Port-au-Prince, where Sanan would then be installed as president. Clearly, things didn't work out that way. And now questions remain about how a wannabe Haitian oligarch, a failed South Florida businessman, a former DEA informant, and ex-Colombian soldiers were all embroiled in a plot that spiraled so out of control, turning into a catastrophe involving Haiti, Colombia, and the United States. For the News with Rick Sanchez, John Huddy.
So basically, a guilt by association fallacy, in which we're going to levy strong implications that Colombia and the United States might have had something to do with this, and
So
there's
he's
no actual evidence for
arguing
that.
It was the CIA. That's what he's arguing, basically.
He's strongly implying that with no real backing.
But come on, I don't really remember anything specific he ever said. But like I remember I used to watch Anderson Cooper all the time and whatnot, and like I recognize this guy. Nothing ever stands out to me as him randomly on a typical show just saying like how we need to give Putin a chance or whatever. Like he just seemed like a normal dude at CNN. What the fuck happened? Like how much do you have to sell out to say that unironically? Because think about it, he could go and work for any other network and probably make a similar amount of money. Why would you work for Russia Today? Like what happened?
Because it makes you a bad boy. It makes you like a rebel. You're going off the cuff, man.
Well, yeah, you're a bad boy the same way that like Benedict Arnold and the Rosenbergs were. So,
yeah, they were the ultimate bad boys. Got to keep up.
Well, that's kind of lame.
Well, there's that video. I have a little bit of a follow-up from the particularly infamous episode when we only talked about Joe Biden. Title of this video is Psaki clarifies the president's remarks on Afghanistan withdrawal. Yikes.
Oh, God.
This is going to be yikes pilled.
This might be worse than Biden's statements. Okay, let's take a look. It's only 2 minutes.
Yesterday, the president said that he actually denied that the intelligence community had assessed that the Afghan government would collapse.
By the way, his statements about that sound like something that Trump would say. Like, no, they didn't say that. And it's like, well, did you read the report? And he'd be like, I don't have time for the reports, man. This is Trump level bullshit.
Oh, it totally is. And,
like
and now, and now we're
like
gonna
he's
have
either lying or he doesn't know, and so he's lying.
Other members of the administration have to make excuses for that too, and that's a sad state of affairs. Where there is something to be said about you can't have the president go out there and clarify everything because they're going to be busy. But if you have this cycle of misinformation, nothing's ever going to be accomplished. You're never going to have someone in Jen Psaki's position actually deviate from what the president had to say. Because that's their job. Their job is just to basically repeat what Biden had to say. So yeah, all the talk about the intelligence communities. I believe that one of the reporters during that press conference actually did ask about that. I'd be genuinely surprised to go back and not hear at least one person bring that up. And he didn't have very compelling answers to any of their questions. So what's Jen Psaki going to have to say? Nothing. Just Kiwis.
Yeah, Mycroft's out. He's like, yeah, I don't want to watch this.
Well, you're missing out, bud. Because this is going to be good.
It's only 2 minutes, so. Here you go. Jen Psaki.
The Afghan
I like how he's like, I'm out. Like, we don't watch any good videos. I don't know.
That's true.
This is one of the most tame videos we've ever seen, really. Let's keep it real.
Yesterday, the president said that he actually denied that the intelligence community had assessed that the Afghan government would collapse. That conflicts with the reporting of the Journal and other news outlets that said that it collapsed within 6 months. Was he not briefed on that intelligence, or are you denying that that intelligence exists at all?
Well, first I would say that we, of course, abide by the intelligence presented by our own intelligence community. But the way
Incorrect.
the question...
Yeah, so that's lie number one. Let's keep track.
I like how the guy asking the question, he didn't just ask it in some vague way. He gave the specific details that were omitted. 6 months. That's what high-ranking members of the intelligence community had to say. 6 months prediction that the Afghanistan government is going to collapse.
Oh, but they're just high-level experts in the administration. What the fuck do they know? Josie Rose said that was just a hypothetical. That's what she said on the Hippy Dippy show.
And I mean, really, I can't think...
Fear-mongering, and she was on an aircraft carrier, so she knows.
I was going to say, I can't think of someone who would be a bigger expert on the entire situation than someone who watched grainy stock footage on aircraft carrier.
Yeah, like
really,
were any of those intel officers at the Pentagon, were any of them, they ever enlist in the military? I don't think so. So
yeah, were any of them on the aircraft carrier?
Yeah.
I think not.
Think about it. Yeah, like when are those generals going to join the military, though?
was answered and in part presented was whether it was inevitable.
No, I'm just imagining, like, say we had a more hawkish president come out there with like a few 4-star generals in the background, and a journalist, like some journalist from like Russia Today or whatever, was like, no, I have a question, and this one is not directed at the president. This one's actually directed at you, like Admiral, whatever. It's like, you openly endorsed regime change in Iran today. I got a question for you. When are you going to join the fucking military, bro? And he's like, he's in his decorated, uniform. He's just like, is this a joke?
His answer should just be, I'm considering it.
Yeah, he's like, maybe. And it's like, war criminal. That would be the response.
One of these days, man. One of these days, we gotta go back 5 seconds. Okay, yeah. Her lawyer speak is about to act up here.
Lawyers
in terms of how she. I hate them. I hate lawyers.
I was gonna say it. So everything's becoming a Hawes meme, dude. Every video is a reference to Hawes, dude. You know what?
Hawes is the third co-host.
He said we dominated the airwaves. Ironically, we dominate his airwaves, but he also dominates our airwaves. It's like a feedback loop, of memes. Like, we don't have time to watch his show, but I'm just imagining him referencing stuff from us. So
we can only hope.
We, of course, abide.
They call themselves ghouls. Who does that?
By the intelligence presented by our own intelligence community. But the way the question was answered and in part presented was whether it was inevitable. And the president does not believe that it is inevitable. The intelligence community has never said it was inevitable.
Okay, hold on.
High likelihood. It's not inevitable, bro. It's like, you know what it is? It's like, it's like the picture of that dude chilling with the Trinity gadget before it went off, like a couple days before it went off, and he's like, say he just said, no, I want to stick around, bro, and then the doctor's like, if you stay beside this thing when it goes off, there's a 99.9999999 so on and so forth chance that you're gonna die, and then there's like a 0.0 whatever chance that your atoms will just spontaneously teleport somewhere else, because technically you have a chance that you could just randomly walk through a wall one day. That's actually true. That on a very, very small scale, things behave weirdly, and that there's a tiny chance that it's like a trillion quadrillionth of a chance that eventually one day somebody could walk through a wall randomly, and that could just happen. And they say it, and he's like, oh, Well, so it's not inevitable that I'm going to die. There's a chance that like some quantum do some shit and save me randomly. Because like technically the chair that you're sitting on right now, it is possible that just randomly you could fall through it. Although what's almost certainly more likely is that even if it did happen, only a tiny portion of your skin would, and you get stuck or whatever. I don't know how that works, but
you will be chair boy from now on.
And then you get glitched, and then you'd have to report it to the mods, and then they take a couple weeks to patch it up and everything. But you know,
the mods,
as long as your game doesn't crash. But yeah, anyway.
Oh man, I'm recalling vaguely how that question was asked to Biden, and I believe he had some really unsatisfying, like, inevitable. No, it's not inevitable. So okay. Oh, you got us. You know, it wasn't the most well-asked question of all time. It could have been phrased a little bit better. That's not a satisfying answer.
No,
it's really not. Considering, you know, oh, I guess technically nothing is inevitable. Well, there's a high likelihood, is the prediction. This is probably going to happen. We're seeing it play out in real time. There's no intervening force that's going to change things, and things could get exponentially worse as morale drops for the Afghan security forces as it is right now. It could drop even worse. and once it passes a certain threshold, it's just gone. And everyone is going to be running for the hills and wiping their hands of that experiment and saying, oh, no, that wasn't me. I had nothing to do with that. Please don't execute me like those other guys. No, please. That's what they're going to be saying. This is way to not address a serious issue, is all I have to say. Way to not address it at all. Way to just skirt around it, find a little loophole. That's so annoying. Like, come on, man. Come on.
I was promised no malarkey. What happened? When will somebody ask that at a press conference? Because I would ask that, Mr. President. With all due respect, I remember you actually labeled on your tour bus, your campaign bus, no malarkey with an exclamation mark. I just have one question. Come on, man. What happened? You promised me no malarkey, and all I'm hearing today is malarkey. And he'd be like, it's not inevitable that there's going to be malarkey.
Well, I mean, there's already been malarkey, so really. I suppose it's not inevitable that there'll be more malarkey. Do I have faith in that? No.
But you wouldn't do this in your personal life. If you went in for a checkup and the doctor said, like, look, you have a very high likelihood of dying unless you take preventative action about this or that, you wouldn't just say, well, it's not inevitable. You might actually be concerned.
Oh, they should be very concerned. But I guess we can just brush off these concerns as long as it's not inevitable. And hey, as luck would have it, nothing is truly inevitable. So that means we don't actually have to take anything serious. It's so convenient, isn't it?
For the Taliban to take over the country. And so his objective, or his what he was trying to convey, was that there's a responsibility, and the responsibility now lies in the hands of the Afghans. We have trained over 300,000. We've provided $3.9 billion in humanitarian assistance. These are brave fighters who have fought off, taken on casualties, and fought off over the course of the last
fighters who have been abandoned.
Equip and empower them.
All of these things, all these like pat yourself on the back, oh, we trained this many people, we provided, this much in foreign aid, absolutely meaningless. It doesn't matter what you did, it matters what's happening right now. What's happening right now. So here's the thing, this is how you know it's such horseshit. I'm going to pat myself on the back. Look, we've done everything we can. They're just saying this because they want to get out. Shock of all shocks. I know. I know I'm not blowing anyone's mind. They just wanted to get out. They just wanted to wash their hands of all this. And in Joe Biden's own words, not saddle the next president with this problem. But he didn't really seem to understand exactly all that would entail. if you really cared about all the aid and sacrifice that you'd given to Afghanistan, if you really cared about all the people you had trained, you would be absolutely distraught at what's happening there now. Much like former President George W. Bush, who said it was bad and sad what was going to be happening to the Afghan women. And he was right.
Unbelievably bad and sad.
That's right.
And
No,
Biden, in contrast, says, no, it's not inevitable. It could be cool and good. Could be cool
there's
and
a
good.
there's a 0.0000001% chance things could be okay.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
it's
they
not
said high
inevitable.
likelihood. They didn't say super duper high likelihood.
It's just amazing to me the things they'll say, like, oh, don't worry, they can we want to give the responsibility over to them. And it's like, okay, well, again, way to not actually engage with what the intelligence community is saying, with what people in Afghanistan are saying, in any kind of legitimate human rights watch organization, what they're saying. No, we're just going to ignore all that. We're just going to say, oh well. I mean, we've helped them in the past. That's very interesting. Are you helping them now? Any plans to help them in the future? Oh no. Oh well. I guess I stand corrected. I guess there's nothing more to be done. I mean, their argument should just be, "Whoops, we already left." I mean, what are we supposed to go back in? I mean, that would look weak. We look like we couldn't commit to anything. Well, it's a little late to be concerned about that. Is all I have to say.
Over the course of the last several years. We want to equip and empower them, and it is now in their hands. But it is not inevitable, nor has any intelligence assessment predicted it was inevitable.
By the way, she knows that's bullshit. Like, because here's the thing. You're an intelligence officer giving a briefing to the president. You're not going to say, oh, there's 100% chance that this is going to happen. Why would you risk your... No. But she knows this. She's not that stupid. She knows how this works. Nobody's going to say there's 100% chance that it's inevitable. That's not how people speak. That's not how professionals speak when they're giving recommendations or advice on anything. They'll always say, oh, well, there's a caveat here, or here's the fine print, or, oh, there's a very high likelihood. That's a way of saying it's guaranteed without actually putting your career in jeopardy if you turn out to be wrong. She knows this, though. She's lying. She's lying. She's trying to gaslight the American public is what she's doing.
She's found the eternal life hack loophole. This is a good way. If you're ever in a corner, your legal speak. You can get out of basically any corner with this one line.
You know what? Maybe it's horseshoe theory. I can kind of see where Haas was coming from. Yeah, no, fuck it. I hate lawyers. I hate them.
I hate them.
One more. Yesterday, he also said that the U.S. doesn't bear responsibility for any deaths that might occur after the U.S. withdraws. Can you explain, how the U.S. doesn't bear any responsibility for that?
Oh, that's such an excellent question, man. These journalists have been on fire recently, dude.
I mean, you have endless material. If this is the material that this is what Biden and Psaki are giving you, basically, which is uncompelling, unconvincing, legal speak at best. Yeah, so Biden said that we're not responsible for any deaths that occur after we withdraw. How exactly is that the case? Because he was really just throwing out a bunch of platitudes in his painful speech that took us 2.5 hours to go over. So you're telling me there's a chance?
Dude. No, that's Zeus right there, everybody. Yeah, no, journalists are based. That's right there. Yeah, no, that's. By the way, Nick Fuentes said. Yeah, no, Nick Fuentes said yesterday that journalists are gay, and then Arthur here is saying based. It's like, well, are those mutually exclusive? I don't think so.
I say as of now, journalists are officially based because they are, taking these people to task. They're holding their feet to the fire. They're asking them truly relevant questions that I would want to ask them as well if I was in that position. And even just today, I happened to watch a bit of a segment where they had John Bolton on CNN. And, in another part of the segment, they just talked about Trump. So it's kind of the typical thing, like, oh, of course they have him on to talk about Trump. But you know what? You know what else they had him on to talk about? They had him on to talk about Afghanistan.
Yeah.
And it wasn't like a contentious interview. It was like, all right, then, there you go.
I was thinking about it today. I might have to do a video about this, but you know how Neil was talking about the yo-yo hawking, how the U.S. is going to have to go back in, then get tired before the job is done, and then have to go back in again after leaving and everything. I was like, if I was going to make a campaign ad or whatever, what you could do is say, like, look, if he follows through with this strategy, there will be another 9/11. And so let's stay the course and do it right once. So Afghanistan doesn't become Afghanistan. See what I did there? See what I did there? Kind of corny, right? I was thinking about it. I'm like, God damn, I am such a fucking boomer, but that could actually work for like some of the older messaging, right? So, maybe,
I like that.
Maybe the Lincoln Project or something should get me to do ads or something. I mean, I guess they're trying to like win over Zoomers, but Bolton Pack, maybe those guys. Can you imagine they start running ads again? Oh, dude, did you ever see the old Bolton Pack ads? Like his YouTube channel's still up. They ran
only the ones that you shared.
The most hawk-pilled political ads you could think of since the Iraq War. Like insane. Back when Bolton was doing his PAC thing around like 2016, 2017. They were hawk-pilled ads.
Very nice.
I think what the president was conveying is that we are doing everything we can to equip, train, empower the Afghan National Security Forces.
Maybe I should tweet out. Maybe I should just tweet out asking for John Bolton to follow me on Twitter. Maybe that'll do it.
And we're going to continue to remain engaged, not just through the end of August.
Incorrect.
But
no, we're not engaged. We don't
remain engaged means trading with the Taliban once they take control, like the UK was saying.
We don't have a capacity to be engaged. So she's even screwing up her narrative here, where she's saying, well, we're doing everything we can to provide for the fighters and for their equipment. No, we're not. I don't know what you're talking about. And you couldn't even make the case that, well, we did everything we could to supply them, because that's not true either. But at least that would make more sense, because that is definitively something that happened in the past and is not going to be happening going forward. I don't think she really understands the point of a withdrawal. We withdrew, we gave up, we surrendered without any real reason. We just kind of, our main justification was, well, they already had this in the works, from the last guy, so let's just do it. There'd be a lot of paperwork, man. We had to undo all that. That'd look bad. I mean, we like deals, I'll never run from a deal. That's how the liberal internationalists are. They're the first ones to put pen to paper on a deal.
Man, that was such a strong negotiation, man. That was such a strong surrender. We surrendered strongly.
I mean, you put a pen and a legal document in front of them. Oh, they'll sign it. They can't resist. It's like.
By the way, I love how these people. Yeah, I love how these people say like, oh, you just want people to die in war. You're a warmonger. You just love war or whatever. It's like, no, look, the war is going to continue. America is going back to Afghanistan. Like, there's no doubt in my mind that America will probably, or whoever gets attacked, will invoke Article 5 if there's any sort of 9/11 like situation that comes out in the next 5 years, because Article 5 was invoked the last time when it happened on 9/11, and then everybody's going back. Probably Canada too. So there you go.
I mean, and that's just Western involvement. The war is going on right this second.
And that's true. Yeah.
Oh, but you're just anti-war, or you're pro-war. You want people to die, Incorrect. And that journalist asked the definitive question of Joe Biden straight up said, "Oh, we bear no responsibility for people dying now and people dying in the future."
Yeah.
Really? That seems to be impossible. That doesn't even make any sense. Of course we're responsible. You know why? Because they're dying because we pulled out our bulwark. We were standing in as a force to be reckoned with, not in any kind of proactive capacity at this point, but as security, as defense, and then we're out of the picture. And then we see this massive surge of violence. And then they just want to wash their hands of it. Oh, we're not responsible. It doesn't work that way. And I'm so glad that other people have took notice of that. And they're holding, they're speaking truth to power, essentially, because it needs to be said.
Oh no, for sure. I like what Dr. Zeush has to say. Many people are saying, I guess it'd have to be in a Joe Biden voice. I can't really do a Joe Biden voice. Many people are saying we did the best surrender. Believe me, Joe Biden. That's great. That's great.
many such people.
Like if Saturday Night Live was hawk-pilled, they would do a skit like that, but they're not going to. They're just going to not talk about this because they agree with Biden. So on this, and they agree with Trump on this.
Yikes!
So that's lame.
Going to be up to them to it is ultimately their job and responsibility now to demonstrate their capability.
Like this is the bipartisanship you get. like Biden overturns everything Trump does. Trump overturns everything Obama does. But then Biden comes in and he's like, "Well, we'll keep the surrender." That was based and surrender pilled. So
there seems to be one of his aides is like, President Biden, it seems like you've left one document unturned. You've overturned everything else. You're forgetting this one. And he's like, nope. I didn't forget about that.
Abilities and their will to defend their country, and that was what he was working.
What a demented thing to say. It's time for them. It's time for them to demonstrate their capacity and their will to defend their country.
It's like throwing an 8-year-old. It's like throwing an 8-year-old into a tiger's pen and saying like, "Hey, Johnny, it's time for you to demonstrate your manliness. Kill those tigers with your bare hands."
Exactly.
He's 8.
Oh,
which is 2 years older than the average Nick Fuentes fan. So
we got the whole posse.
Oh yeah, we still have the image of it. The whole posse. This is still one of the funniest images of the month. We got the whole posse. The guy who said that, 25, the whole posse was referring to.
Oh man,
dude,
bruh.
I like how the dude in the cowboy hat is kind of like, "Oh fuck, I picked the wrong crowd, didn't I?"
He's looking over. He's like, "Wait a minute, is that Nick Fuentes?"
No, I'm not sure if he's concerned about Nick Fuentes or if he's looking over the other dude and being like, "This isn't the best optics." Because look at the dude on the right. That's the based Groiper army. There was a guy who worked for Blaze, the Blaze, like relatively mainstream media. And he was asked, "What's your ideology or whatever?" And he said he identified as a Groiper. And I'm just thinking, like, imagine being like in your 30s or 40s or whatever and saying you're a Groiper. It's just such a 4chan thing to do. Like, get groiped.
Wait a minute. Was that guy a journalist? He's a journalist for the Blaze, right?
The Blaze.
Wait a minute. He can't be a groiper because journalists are gay.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
You're officially kicked out of the groiper tribe, my friend.
Or he can be like Kyle Frank and be the token gay.
Ah, fair enough.
Okay, so that was political. Okay.
There we go. Well, it's your choice if we do a little intermission or we could roll right on to some other cringe.
We'll keep going, but we'll do a short clip and then we'll go to an intermission.
All right. Well, I will find. Oh dear.
Oh, there's like a 14-second clip. There's a.
Oh geez. You know what?
Oh, there's a 52-second clip about Khashoggi. We could do that.
That also has Jen Psaki if you won't feel like torturing yourself. I got something better for you. I got this one was on this was on Twitter, and this actually has Lee Camp in it, who we referenced earlier, and Aaron Maté.
Oh,
and
right.
They're about to do some we've been meaning to do this one for I feel like just a couple episodes, but they're gonna do some pretty extreme Bashar the Butcher apologetics in this clip.
Yeah. Well, that's because Aaron Maté is, for those of you who don't know, he is the darling of Damascus.
And he talks about the Duma deception.
Yep. Okay, here we go.
Whoa.
Uh-oh.
StreamYard's it's not very cooperative.
Yeah, it'll just take a second.
We all good. Good look at the chat for a minute. We'll do this one and take a little break. Bashir listed from Saria. That's right. Saria. It's correct. Perhaps we had trouble fetching that one. It's all good. Sometimes those Twitter clips can be a bit dubious, but you know, at the same time, it's a good place to find clips. I don't know what to tell you.
Sham election, as if that's the issue. It's like a straw man. Look, you know, I have no way to vouch for the credibility of Syria's elections. I'm not an election monitor.
I'm not an election monitor. You don't need to be in an election. Oh, crap. Does Lee Camp's background art actually say make art, not war? That's so cheesy.
Yes.
No, but that's not like if it said like make art, not like some random thing, like a play on words. Okay, that's edgy, that's new, that's clever. But like everybody, that's such a cliche.
He couldn't say
he's a cliche. Everything about him is a cliche. I know he thinks he's edgy and he's sticking it to the man. That's not new. Make art, not war. All this is a cliche. All of that you're looking at is a dime a dozen.
The sign couldn't say make love, not war, because something tells me not a whole lot of love making goes down in that room.
Assad won by 95%.
But I'm not a love making monitor, just for the record.
Oh yeah.
Also not a hall monitor.
How would you know? How would you know, Reece? How would you know?
I mean, it's not inevitable. Good point.
It's not inevitable.
Of the vote. If I had to bet, I'd bet that vote was rigged. But it's kind of like.
Oh,
wait a minute.
Wait. Aaron, you're not supposed to say that. This is like when he screwed up his 2-minute Duma deception clip where he started by talking about crisis actors and saying that it didn't happen. And then he ended it by talking about getting justice for the victims who died. Dude, Aaron's no, I'm telling you, man, Aaron is not good at this. Peter Lavelle is good at keeping a lie together. Abby Martin is decent at keeping a lie together. Aaron Maté is a rookie. Let's just be real about it. He cannot tell a lie and not screw it up, even in a quick clip. That's sad.
I just want to take a moment, have a moment of silence in sympathy of all the crisis actors who died today.
Wait, no. That should be up in my background because I do the meme page. I've got like 900 memes or whatever. Make art for war. Because what's my slogan? Memeing for freedom since 2019. That would be funny. And
manufacturing consent since 2019.
Yeah, and manufacturing consent since 2019 as well. It'd be like the bumper sticker where it's like "Give war a chance," and it's that mushroom cloud from the hood test on the right. That would be an edgy bumper sticker, by the way, because it's like all dark and it just says "Give war a chance," and there's like the glowing plasma of the mushroom cloud. It's pretty spooky.
We got to go back.
Yeah.
We got to hear him totally botch the regime line. Like, come on, Aaron, what are they paying you for? Oops, can't say that because otherwise he'll lose the show.
He won. Assad won by 95% of the vote. If I had to bet, I'd bet that vote was rigged. But it's kind of like, first of all, it's not our business.
Well, but like Lee Camp, no, this is so stupid. Lee Camp is immediately like, what do you mean it was rigged? Of course it was 95%. So he's dumber than Aaron. Lee Camp is dumber than Aaron.
Yeah, even Aaron Mate's like, listen, dude, like, I know that this is our gig and all, but this is a lot of bullshit, right? And Lee Camp's like, no, wait a minute, bud. I mean, look, I actually am employed by the Russian state. So, by the way, this is so funny to me. He's talking with Lee Camp. I'm not sure if this is actually on like Lee Camp's channel. I just saw it on Twitter by Matthew Dimitri posted it, to be honest with you. So, but at the very least, Aaron is appearing alongside someone who is paid by fascist Russia. Yet his whole thing with TYT that he took issue with was, oh my God, they say that I'm paid by the Russians, even though they didn't say that. They said that he acted as if he was paid by the Russians. You know what someone who acts like they're paid by the Russians would do? They sit down and have a conversation with Lee Camp. That's what they do.
Yes, but NATO Enjoyer is correct. We forgot the bootlicker alert. So that's our bad.
Yeah, no, we'll get that. Well, I couldn't think of a more fitting segment for it, honestly, because this is about to be a contest of bootlickery. Like, wait a minute, Aaron, you're not licking the boots well enough. Like, your licking is just off today. You need to refine your narrative there, my friend.
Yeah, you need to up your bootlicking game.
But his line, Aaron Mate's line is, look, I think it was rigged, but it's not our business. Oh, that's very interesting. It's just not our business. Based on what?
Big brain. My sovereignty, man. My sovereignty, man.
So nations that he will openly admit are illegitimate. Oh, not the entire nation, not the entire fucking consciousness of the nation. The government is illegitimate.
Well, no, he would say you're being unfair to him. He would say, no, I never said that it was illegitimate. I just said that they rigged it. Don't put words in my mouth.
But a government that came into power through what he is openly admitting probably a rigged election, they just get sovereignty. That's how it works.
Oh yeah, everybody
just get it.
Unless you're America or any of America's allies, then you don't have a right to retaliate for anything.
Ah, fair enough.
That's how it works.
Our business. It's kind of like, first of all, it's not our business.
Okay. Okay.
Oh dear.
That's not good.
Oh dear. What happened there?
Wow. No, these Twitter clips, that's not good. I'm going to re-download the Twitter clip. Okay.
Yeah, that's no good because I find some of the best ones on Twitter.
Oh man. Okay.
Even StreamYard was like, no.
Damn. Okay. Let's try that again.
Yeah, no. It happens, guys. It happens. It's something that happens, though, in the download process, I'm sure, because somebody would have said something on Twitter. Yeah, no, it seems to be playing fine on Twitter. So I don't know what to tell you. Sorry, peeps.
Yeah, we're gonna try that again. Yeah, those were some AOL call-up noises. For sure. Yep.
Sham election, as if that's the issue. It's like a straw man. Look,
to vote. The opposition weren't allowed to, which the
well, it's not our business.
And Medhurst had a good point, which the Young Turks and
Already
others
false.
were saying is like, well, the opposition area.
Dude.
He starts off with, well, Medhurst had a good point.
Yeah, he's never had a good point.
He had a good point when he said Assad's name as illicit.
Yes.
Weren't allowed to vote. And it's like, yeah, that's true, but who didn't allow them to vote? The opposition, the people running those areas.
No, Lee Camp is such a bootlicker. He's a bigger
bootlicker
than Arano. No, he's a bigger bootlicker. He's got a poster that says "Make art, not war." Okay, but your boy Bashar the Butcher has killed about 15 times as many people as ISIS in his stupid war because he wants to hold on to power.
I wonder.
I love this. No, like I love how he's got like this hippie thing going on and everything. And it's like people think of like hippies as pacifists, and they got like that "make art not war" thing. Except he does support war. He actually does support Syria, like Assad or burn it down. You know, Assad or we burn the country. He's not just like some apathetic hippie that just wants to like lie in a field somewhere and like play the banjo or something. He's on a fascist regime's network shilling for Bashar the Butcher. So he's not actually like a hippie. He's he is a war hawk. He's just for the other side.
He's going with this narrative. I believe we did hear it from Medhurst. He said it in his well, actually we didn't even do it on the show proper. We just did it as a stream on your channel when we covered a terrible video from Richard Medhurst on the Syrian elections. But this line of, oh, those people, they weren't allowed in the rebel controlled, the opposition controlled area, they weren't allowed to vote in the rigged election. So therefore, somehow we're going to blame that. We're going to blame the opposition. Oh, the opposition is to blame for this. That's what Lee Camp was saying. He's like, look, man, I don't like the way you're coming after my boy Illicit. Like, we need to, real quick, we need to throw in some anti-opposition talking points. Courtesy of Richard Medhurst, the foreign policy genius.
So it wasn't like Assad was like, I don't want that area to vote. It was like, yeah.
Absolutely. Look, the U.S.
I'm sure he symbolically. That's a great screenshot.
Aaron.
He's about to do copious amount of bootlicking to make up for his little slip up there. Yeah, no, I'm sure Bashar Illicit, I'm sure he would have loved the symbolic victory of everyone in Syria being able to go to the polls, and then he wins. I'm sure he would have loved that. Oh, I'm sure he's really torn up that there's parts of his nation that was promised to him from birth that he doesn't control. Yeah. I'm sure that breaks his heart.
Makes him feel sad, man.
So really, if you think about it, the real people holding democracy back are the rebels, man, the opposition. Assad, he wanted them to vote for him.
That's right. He wanted them to have the chance to vote for him. Dude, he says this with a straight face. Well, I mean, he kind of looks like he's smirking there. Lee Camp kind of looks like, oh my God, these people are so stupid. Like, what a good grift. What a good gig.
Man, I can't wait for that blood money check. Am I right?
I wonder how much they pay him. I know it's not worth it, but it is for him.
Hell no. Hell no.
Occupying a major part of Syria right now, so they can't vote there. Al-Qaeda is also occupying another major province of Idlib, so they can't vote there. And meanwhile, by the way, when Syrians abroad in Europe and in Lebanon tried to go vote, in Europe, the governments there prevented people from voting. So much for democracy. They wouldn't let people vote in an election.
He's making up for it. He's been listening to Dick Medhurst. He's got all his talking points. Hey, Aaron, you remember that part of this video where you were saying the election was probably rigged? Why would it matter? Why would you want there to be more participation? What's the point of having more participation in a rigged election, you fucking idiot?
Well, no. If you have more votes and those votes weren't rigged, then it cancels out the votes that were rigged, and then the election's legitimate, bro.
Ah, I see.
So, like, it really, if you think about it, if an election's rigged, that just means that you need to vote even stronger.
What did I tell you? I didn't even watch this clip all the way through, but Lee Camp set Aaron straight. Like, look, this is the narrative we're going to be pushing here. And Aaron's like, oh, right. I can obfuscate. And actually, the real people who are anti-democracy are the opposition in Syria, who are opposed to autocracy. But I guess they're the real anti-democratic force. And all these Western nations like Canada and the UK, yeah, they don't believe in democracy either. They wouldn't let Syrians vote in the rigged election either. How can they say they believe in democracy?
There you go.
To go vote, and they got attacked by right-wing mobs. So, and regardless,
right-wing mobs.
Right-wing mobs.
What are you talking about?
Even Lee Camp kind of looks like, I'm not sure that's it, Chief.
Look, man, I appreciate you getting back on track, but that might have been an overcorrection.
Yeah,
we didn't need to take it that far.
Like, the CIA employed space aliens from Area 51 to abduct everybody that was going to vote in the polls.
We got to go back a second. What is he talking about? Right-wing mobs.
That right-wing mobs were protesting to intimidate people so that they couldn't vote for Bashar al-Assad.
What's the evidence for that? That sounds totally made up.
Well, Aaron said it, and he's a journalist, so there you go.
And actually, whoa, Richard Medhurst said it too.
And he's a journalist too.
I mean, he's a self-described journalist. That's what he said when they shut down. When they shut down the Iranian press TV.
Yes.
I'm a journalist, man.
I'm a journalism, bro. I'm a journalism.
Attacked by right-wing mobs. So, and regardless, it's not our business. Syria's system is not our business. Our business is our own system.
Yeah.
Do we want to claim that our elections are this like beacon of democracy? When
so he's comparing the U.S. election to Syria.
It's not any of our business, man. So basically, unless all your chickens are in order at home, unless there's no problems whatsoever, unless every pothole is filled, you can't comment and even apply pressure to reform a system that is astronomically worse and from the ground up is rigged. Is he going to say that about the U.S.? Is he going to say that the U.S. elections are rigged? Oh, they're so close to saying it. Just say it. Just say it already. They just leave it at this vague, oh, well, we have problems. You think our democratic system is perfect? I wouldn't expect anything to be perfect, first off. Nothing's going to be perfect. But I expect better than Syria. How about that? Oh, but it's none of our business. Okay, fair enough.
When just like Syria, basically, we have the choice between who our rulers decide. In Syria, the candidates are selected, and Assad is the hereditary authoritarian ruler. In our country, who do we have to choose between? One faction of the ruling class and another.
Hereditary.
So he just admitted, he just called Assad authoritarian. He's not. He's going to have a talking to after this.
Aaron, I mean, don't you have more videos to shoot in Duma? They're going to pull you aside and be like, what the fuck was that on your last podcast?
He's not good at this. He's not good at this. He's just a rookie. He should be. He gets like $15,000 a month. He should be better than this. They're not getting their money's worth out of propaganda from this guy. He just undermines their case too much.
But you see, Kevin, he doesn't defend Assad's regime. He's all about defending the truth. And if the truth happens to fall in their court, then so be it. He will expose the Duma deception, even if the people being framed for it are, hereditary authoritarians. So there you go.
Yeah, there you go.
He's true. A truth teller.
He's a truth teller. That's right. Just keeping him honest.
But we're no different.
We're no different.
No. You look at him and you're just like, yeah, he's keeping him honest, man. That's journalism right there. Aaron Maté.
And
he's trying to convince us.
By the way, bear in mind, there are people that are otherwise decent and can be smart that are siding with him right now because Anna Kasparian exists.
Oh, that's lame.
And lame-pilled.
That's severely lame. You know why? I don't care how many disagreements I have with Anna Kasparian. Anna Kasparian is not a shill for the Assad regime. That is the relevant issue at play here.
Yep.
Anna is very much on record being opposed to them. Aaron, it's even worse. It's worse here than if he were to actually portray them as being truly democratic. Because he's saying, "Oh yeah, they're authoritarian, and they rig their elections." But I'm still gonna make content in favor of them, though.
Yeah.
Because it's not really any of our business. Oh, it's very interesting. It seems to be a lot of your business. You seem to have built a career on all of this. So what? You get to have an opinion on those matters. You get to talk about it, but other people don't get to. I see how it is, man.
And
he's seriously trying to tell you to your face right now that we're just like Syria.
Well, technically, he's implying America's worse, but okay.
At the very least, he's saying, "Well, we're no different. We're no different. Oh, they have candidates, and then you vote on them. We have candidates, and you vote on them. Their candidates come from the upper class. Our candidates come from the upper class. I mean, think about it.
They both have flags. They both have matter.
They both give speeches. I mean, really, where do the similarities end?
They're both Homo sapiens. They both exist on the same planet.
In the same year, too, nonetheless.
They both drink water. Hitler drank water.
So
That's
we're
true.
no different. And who are we?
And literally, third parties can't get on the ballot. And Jill Stein was literally arrested and chained to a chair in 2012 when she tried to attend the debate. So it's
what? What?
Somebody Google that.
No. Maybe she tried to raise a ruckus or something, and they had to detain her. He makes it sound like, oh, they just didn't want democratic participation. No, I'm pretty sure they had a threshold requirement to be on the debate, and some random dude just can't go onto a presidential debate stage like Vermin Supreme out of nowhere and just start rambling. So obviously,
that's kind of what is this expectation with the third party candidates on the ballots? By the way, how many do you expect to fit on a ballot? Who will be included? Is there a threshold? Because I think that's how it works anyway. I mean, there are third-party candidates on ballots. Oh, but they weren't on every ballot. Well,
no, but come on.
Different states have different standards.
But come on, is America really a democracy until they allow 860 third-party representatives to run?
That's true. That's going to be a big ballot, or it's going to be really small print. So good luck. I mean, you're going to be trying to.
Why not both?
You're going to be trying to fill in one bubble, and you're gonna get the wrong one because you just don't know. Yeah, I'm looking.
That's what
2012,
okay.
Jill Stein. I hadn't.
Yeah. Lee
I hadn't
Camp
heard
looks
about this.
smug.
Yeah, he's really laying down the law here.
Oh yeah.
What we do to people that are outside of those two
Yeah.
parties.
Yeah, and we have to judge every country within its own context. You know, Syria has been under a has its own history, which is different than ours. So you.
Oh god, that's such a like. Look, even his dictator apologetics, they're not well thought out. I could do better dictator apologetics than that. That's lame.
Yeah, no, if you want to do it well, you don't mention these differences to begin with. You don't mention them at all. You don't bring up anything even mildly critical of the regime. What you say is you point out good things about them, you know, quote unquote good things from their perspective. You'll say, well, they're not ISIS. That's what you say.
They fight terrorists, man. He's a secular. He protects Christians, man. There was order in the country, and then the protests happened, and now there's disorder in the country and war, man. And it's all the fault of the rioters and all this, and they're all
then
terrorists.
you get this whimpering. Well, they have their own culture, and you have to judge every culture within the context of its own culture.
He sounds like Edward Said. You know what it is? It's lame and dweeb pilled. So
dweeb pilled.
It's like the virgin. It's basically the virgin. Oh, some cultures are different than others versus the Chad.
I'm sorry, sir.
Yeah, versus the Chad. We're just like you and we're based. That's like the Chad dictator apologist. Because Lee Camp here.
The Chad would say, oh no, not the Chad dictator apologist. No. I was just gonna say the Chad in general, but no. Carry on.
No, I'm saying like there are two different types of dictator apologia that you can do. And Aaron Maté is going for the virgin dictator apologia, and Lee Camp is going for the Chad version of it. Because the people that buy the Assad line, they don't really recite Aaron's points. They talk about the terrorists. They talk about how, well, it was the protesters that started it. They do that kind of thing. Or they do like they go more on the Lee Camp side of it. Aaron, in contrast, is not good at this. He doesn't have very effective propaganda. Richard Medhurst is actually better at having a consistent narrative than Aaron Maté.
Oh,
Aaron
absolutely.
Maté stumbles over himself. Like they're all cringe.
He's stumbling and mumbling.
Yes, he's fumbling and mumbling. Like they're all cringe, but there are different degrees of talent when it comes to dictator apologia. Peter Lavelle is one of the best at it. Aaron Maté is a rookie who shouldn't be a rookie. He's been doing this for a very long time. He should have got over these mistakes a long time ago. I don't know what happened. He's just not cut out for this, I guess. So.
No, he's one of the worst. He sucks.
Haas does better dictator apologetics.
Because everything he says, you know, if someone was listening and they had liberal tendencies or liberal sympathies, they'd listen to what he's saying and be like, oh, maybe I shouldn't actually be in favor of this illicit guy. maybe I should actually be against him.
Yep.
So thanks, Aaron.
Yep. There you go. Almost done.
You can't judge every single system equal. You can judge people in the context of their region. And compared to, you know, our allies in Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar, Syria has a lot more plurality in their political system. It's not even close. I mean, there was a long time when to dissent in Syria was very difficult and it was crushed. From what I was told when I was there, it's opened up a little bit. I mean,
that's what he was told.
I like how we're measuring it based on plurality in the system itself. How about we talk about the impact of those nations, the impact of their systems? So you have nations that are willing to cooperate with the West, and then you have nations that are willing to cooperate with Russia. Seems to be a bit of a major difference there. So this is the game. These are the games we have to play. Well, yeah, Syria, they're not good, but you know, they're better than these guys. I mean, it's so lame. It's like, who is that compelling to? I would hope that there were like Bed Bath and Beyond advocates out there
Yeah.
who were like, dude, you're not dusting the portraits enough. Like what? Your big up for us is that we're better than Saudi Arabia. They'd be like, we hate Saudi Arabia.
Yes.
They pull a Cenk Uygur. They'd be, we talk about them all the time.
We talk about that
We
all
talk
the
about Saudi
time.
Arabia all the time.
Bro.
I haven't investigated enough to fully vouch for that, but that's what I was told by people who I.
Oh, well, he was told. No, fair enough.
Cool.
He hasn't looked into it. Something tells me that that's the case for many issues. I haven't looked into it very much, but I was told.
And that's the end of the clip. So we can go to an intermission. But
he was told what to say. But yeah, thanks for sticking around, y'all. We'll do an intermission, and we will be back with some more cringe-tastic takes. So stick around.
Okay, we're back.
We're back.
Let's flipping go.
Let's flipping go. We got the whole posse.
Yeah, I said that to Jay. Jay had a picture of himself barbecuing stuff earlier, I was like, let's flipping go, right? Because you flip the meat, right? And like, there's a dad joke, right?
That's clever.
Yeah,
And
like,
that almost escapes being a dad joke. It's almost a real joke.
almost, yeah. Kind of like
Just
these
about.
guys. They're a real joke too.
The
We got the whole
realist.
posse. We got the whole posse. I like the mischievous look on Velasquez or whatever the hell that guy's name is in the black suit with the red lanyard. He's just like, yeah, let's grape it up, basically, you know?
I
You're
like how he's filming when it's like, you know, man, there's going to be footage of this. You don't actually need to. You can just walk.
I'm sure afterwards he was like, whoa, people are talking about me.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hey, I think we might need to play a certain alert.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's one of my favorite 4-second clips ever made, by the way. I love it. It's just no one. You. Dun, dun, dun. It's so good.
You equals clown.
Well, you're like, it goes back to that meme that I was talking about earlier. People would ask me, why do you call like losers? Why do you call them clown balls? Why not just call them clowns like everybody else? And I'm like, because clowns get paid to entertain people. It's like an actual profession. But if you're a clown ball, you're an unpaid prop for a clown. And if you look at this actual graphic, this guy's not just a clown. Like, it's a clown alert, but he's the clown ball. Let's watch it again. Because like at least the clown in the background with the crazy reaction, at least he's getting paid. But you, the clown ball, you're not getting paid. You're just a prop. That's
You're
why
just the nose.
No, that's why I call people clown balls. So, and a lot of people are too dumb to get that too. So, a lot of the losers and boozers, it goes over their head. So,
they're cringe and lame-pilled.
And lame-pilled. That's right.
Also known as moon-pilled.
Ha
Okay, let's go.
Let's got a video. Let's flip and go.
Let us flipping go.
Title of their next video, the inevitable video, is George W. Bush emerges from Satan's lair to denounce Afghanistan withdrawal.
That means another alert.
So George W. Bush has emerged from Satan's lair to give a take on Afghanistan. I think you all know where this is going.
Dude.
I think you all know. I think you know where this is going. You know it's breaking news when he's not in studio. When he's like, okay, look, I just woke up. I need to record a video. Couldn't even bother to put on the suit jacket. Just, hey, I'm here. And it'd be funny if he was in his garage. It'd be kind of a meme, but no, he's just in his living room with poor lighting.
Here in my garage, you know what I like more than the Lamborghini here? Knowledge. Except
that would be funny. He should do that.
Yeah. Yeah, and he can probably afford the Lamborghini now. So,
and I like how he says George Bush, you know, he denounces the Afghanistan withdrawal. I think you all know where this is going. It's like it's your audience, Kyle. Like they know everything you're going to say.
They've seen this. They've seen him basically do the same video thousands of times in a row. The thing is, I did a video about this. My video was a little bit different than Kyle's. So
a little bit, just a little bit.
Yeah, we'll see how Kyle's compares.
This article is in Politico. The title is "The Consequences Are Going to Be Unbelievably Bad." Bush.
And sad. You left out the crucial part, Kyle.
Or it could have been Politico. Come on, man.
Come on, dude. So you did a quote snippet. He didn't actually read the full quote. He said that it would be unbelievably bad and sad. And he left that part out.
They played the clip, that part of the interview during the segment I was watching with John Bolton. And it's so much funnier actually hearing it come from George W. Bush, because he says it'll be unbelievably bad, and then he kind of pauses and sad.
No, I love it because that's what I would say. No, but like that's what I would say. That's like meme pilled. That's like a meme.
Oh man.
Slams Biden's Afghanistan withdrawal. So, the consequences are going to be bad as opposed to what?
Dude, it's bad and sad. I like how in every other Kyle video, we're reacting to the substance of like, why it's dumb and whatever. This, he can't even get the quote right. Dude, get it together. He said bad and sad.
He's saying that the consequences will be bad as opposed to what? So he's going to somehow get us to believe that staying there would have been worse, even though we're watching the contrary play out in real time. We're watching security forces being rounded up and shot. We're watching the Taliban make these declarations about how they're going to, ban all manner of freedoms for women and girls in the nation. But it would have been worse if we stayed there. Because here's the thing: if we'd stayed, it would have been a war.
Dun dun dun.
And we all know that war is the ultimate evil. There can't be anything possibly worse than war. How do these people do it? Is my question. You're watching your narrative burn down before you, and you're just gonna keep saying the same old tiresome shit about even when we're out. Like, you won and you're still complaining. That's amazing. You won. You got what you want. Oh, but George Bush didn't like it. So now we need to rag on him. I haven't seen the video. There's no secret. I've told people I don't actually watch the Kyle videos. I see the title and I'm like, that's good enough. We're going to watch it on the show. Because I like my reaction to be as genuine, first time as possible. Countdown to an Iraq war mention incoming.
Oh, he's going to mention the Iraq war?
Inevitable.
Why would he do that, though? We're talking about Afghanistan.
Something tells me it's going to happen in the next 30 seconds.
But that would be off topic. That would be out of character for Kyle.
Oh, don't worry, man. He finds a way. There's a will, there's a way. He would rather talk about foreign policy affairs from 20 years ago than talk about anything that's happening this week. Because what's happening this week is a little uncomfortable.
Uh-oh.
It's a little difficult to grapple with if you have his worldview. Because what are they going to say? Are they going? What's Kyle going to say? Is he going to try to tell us that things in Afghanistan are going great? No. What he's going to say, if he even bothers to recognize what a shit show it is right now, he's going to say, well, that's our fault. We shouldn't have gone there in the first place, which is an unbelievably despotic thing to say, considering the reason we went there was to kick the Taliban out of power.
Yeah.
So basically, at that point, you are undeniably a Taliban apologist. Undeniably. There's no choice but for me to call you that. Oh my God, we shouldn't have done anything to kick the Taliban out of power. Otherwise, the Taliban might have risen again to power. Dude.
Dude. Bro.
Us staying there and the consequences are good. We permanently occupy Kabul and Kandahar while Flint, Michigan doesn't have clean water, and that's okay?
Oh, he did the meme. We went over this recently. It's 90% resolved. It's 90% resolved, bro. But that meme is still a talking point in Kyle's world.
Us permanently occupying Kabul would be fine, by the way. Kind of like how we're permanently occupying Berlin.
No, but you're imposing your colonialism on Germany, man.
Now, the thing is, we have routinely advocated against endless wars. We don't want to be in Afghanistan forever, necessarily, at least to the capacity that we need to be to take out the Taliban. We'd like to have, a contingent there that would be, seen in these nations that are stable and the wars there are long settled. But here's the thing. There's a difference between what I want in my ideal universe, and there's a difference, there's what needs to happen, basically. And you don't always get what you want. Not all the pieces always line up perfectly. The job isn't done. So yes, actually, definitively, the consequences of us staying would have been better, would have been preferable compared to the consequences of us leaving. There's no debate here. What would have been the consequences of us staying and occupying Kabul? I like it says occupying. They are in partnership with us.
Yeah.
It's not like, unless, you know what? Oh, let's go back to what I was saying earlier. That is a talking point that you would say if you actually believed that the Taliban were the rightful rulers of the nation. Oh my God, look, you're occupying Kabul. Oh no. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. We're not occupying them. They need us. They're not going to say it, but they really want us back, man. Oh, that's an occupation. I see how it is.
My occupation, man.
And he goes on to say, the former president's criticism comes amid warnings from Western officials that the Taliban could soon topple the U.S.-backed government in Kabul. Now, I've explained this to you guys before, but your options in Afghanistan are the Taliban, a corrupt U.S.-backed government with little public support, or warlords with child sex slaves. Those are your options. None of those options are good.
Look at that face.
There's such a thing. Yeah, no, none of those options are good, I suppose, from the most purest perspective of all time. One of those options is so much better, it doesn't even deserve to be in that running.
And that's when Kyle chimes in and says, yeah, the warlords with child sex slaves.
Ah, I see. That's amazing. Oh, they have very little public support. Oh, we'll see how that changes in the coming months. That's astounding. And I like how he says, "Oh, I've explained this to you a million times," as if his explanation on anything is worthwhile. Oh, don't worry, guys. I've explained this. Really? Have you explained it? I'm gonna press X to down on that one. Something tells me you didn't explain it very well. Something tells me you, like some other people I know, don't understand the Kirkpatrick doctrine. You don't understand. That's what people are going to say. They're going to say, "Oh, well, the Afghan government they had elements of Sharia. They weren't totally secular." Yes, I understand. I understand that. You don't have choices like that. You don't get the amazing party that is right on everything. Just having anything that's not a terrorist organization is a step in the right direction. It's 10 steps in the right direction. But Kyle is going to equate all these groups vying for power in Afghanistan. And that way, he can just say, well, yeah, no, it's no big deal. The Taliban's rising to power again. No, it's no big deal. What were we supposed to do, man? We didn't have any options. All right, we could have not withdrawn. We could have done that. We could have stayed. We could have even kept up our bare minimum presence. That would have been a slower way of winning, but it would have been better than what we're doing right about now. But no, it was such a big deal. We had all these people at home complaining, and then Joe Biden had to appease them. I mean, how could we possibly justify ensuring some level of democracy and freedom for millions of people in Afghanistan. What about Flint, man? What about Flint? There's people here who not everything goes their way. There's people here who sometimes they're driving to work and there's a pothole. I mean, do you think that's okay? In America, a pothole? We should fill those potholes. We should take all the soldiers who are in Afghanistan, put them to work in the streets filling the potholes. That'll be a better use of their service. Can I get an amen?
My potholes. It's like the shoe on head video.
She literally did a pothole meme.
Yeah, she did the meme. She literally did the meme. And if you're wondering, like, wait, did she actually do the meme, or are you guys just saying like she did the meme? No, go and watch the video. Watch it on my channel. Brainlet June, bootlegs for Bashar the Butcher or whatever. She does the meme. She literally says, my roads look like this, so Syria can look like this. And it's a Syrian barrel bomb.
The pothole she showed wasn't even like that's your pothole. I could show you some potholes. I could show you some potholes that when I've driven over them, I'm like, oh fuck, my car is doomed. It's over.
It's over.
And even when that happened, I wasn't like fucking U.S. government and military taking my money and not filling the potholes.
My potholes, man.
What are you going to use that money for? Fighting tyranny around the world? That's so lame, bro.
That's lame, bro. Oh my God, I just realized something. We're only 10% through. No, less than 10% through this.
Okay.
This is a long clip.
We are going to try to keep quiet. We're going to let him drone on.
Oh no, we're only 8% through it.
Hey, it's more than 6%. So
that's true. That's more than
something.
Yeah.
So I don't know why people pretend like we should even be involved in picking among three horrendous options. So let me give you the first little bit of this article because it sums it all up. Former President George W. Bush on Wednesday offered fresh criticism of the withdrawal of American and NATO.
Hold on. I'm so sorry, Kevin. It is going to be one of those clips. Why would Americans be concern themselves with picking amongst factions vying for power in Afghanistan? What is it about Afghanistan? What is it about the leadership of Afghanistan, the control of this region that would concern Americans? It's such a mystery.
I don't know.
Oh, when I figure it out, I'll get back to you. But
did they ever like do a terror attack or something, or like?
Nah, I mean, the only people who do terrorism in the world are Americans, so I don't think so.
And America created the Taliban in the 1870s, right? So.
In the 1870s.
Well, it's like that. Well, it's like that Rob Noor meme where he says, "You guys created the Taliban in the 70s." Well, he was talking about the 1870s. We don't know.
I mean, might as well. Makes about as much sense as the 1970s.
Yeah. And he's like, well, no, what do you mean? I meant the 60s. Stop taking my words out of context.
Oh, what a dummy. Wait till you get put on a panel with him again.
By the way, is it any surprise that anti-war people and isolationists in general don't know history or geography? Like, because if they did, they wouldn't be this dumb on foreign policy. If you knew this shit, you wouldn't have a shit take like that. So... And yet they accuse us of not being able to find these countries on a map.
Troops from Afghanistan, as the U.S.-backed government in Kabul appears increasingly imperiled and Taliban fighters continue to make rapid gains across the country. Asked whether the drawdown was a mistake, Bush told a German broadcaster, quote, "I think it is, yeah, because I think the consequences are going to be unbelievably bad and sad."
Finally! He got the full justice to George W. Bush's quote. Finally. And I'm so sick of looking at Kyle right now. We're actually changing up. There we go. There he is. There's
the decider.
The Ghoul Gang.
If you're sick of looking at Kyle, I really don't envy you for the next hour. It's all I have to say.
All these guys right now are staring down Kyle just like, the fuck is wrong with you, kiddo? And then Colin Powell right there is just like, yeah, look at this dummy.
Look at this dummy.
Like, because all the others, they're not impressed and everything. But then Powell's just like, what are you gonna do? Like, what a goofball. George W. Bush is looking at that, just like, bro, like, how do you even exist, Kyle? And Kyle's just like staring back at them, just like, he's not happy, man. There's Dick Cheney.
For Kyle, he said to George W. Bush, "You created me. You pilled me when you illegally invaded Iraq." And George W. Bush would be like, "I don't even know who you are."
I don't even know. Yeah, it's like, I don't even know who you are. It's like the meme, the Colonel Dan meme. He's like, now listen here, kid.
Now listen here, Sonny. I don't know who the hell you are.
Yeah, he's like this Destiny guy. I don't know who you are, but in my business, don't do that. Was awesome. That was so funny.
Colonel Dan, a hero for the ages.
He did the championships, which, by the way, I'm gonna watch the Hippy Dippy championship tomorrow. That I heard there was a lot of drama that spiraled from that. I know that one of them, I think it was Demon Mama, that some of her, or at least one of her followers, called Dylan a fake gay. So there was that came out of it.
Yeah.
That I've been trying to avoid information around it because I want to like see it happen for myself, all the stuff. But did you watch the Hippy Dippy roundtable or Rumble, I guess it was yesterday?
No, I just saw him post that comment, but I don't think anybody actually said it on the stream. I think somebody just left him a comment or a DM or whatever saying that. But was CTV involved? Because if he was involved, it was a shit show.
CTV was there, yeah.
Of course.
CTV, yeah, CTV's like the one constant. Like the two constants are Dylan Burns and CTV. Everybody else changes. Like Destiny will be there sometimes. Sometimes Andrew Hall will be there. But CTV, man, he's a permanent fixture.
Yeah, they need to get you back. That would be a better representation of a lot of things.
I'm down. Like I was talking with Denabo today, who does he's involved with the Hippy Dippy show and everything, and so we'll see what happens. I already said, like, no, I like the Hippy Dippy panel. I think they're fun. I think they are the one place on Twitch where there's no bubble. You're gonna see both sides. You're going to see real perspectives elsewhere. And like, yeah, you can talk about Prime K's, like he'll have all kinds of people on and everything, but like he'll have panels of like north of like 15 people. At least with the Burns one, you can actually hear what people are saying until CTV turns up the gain on his mic.
The drug war.
The drug war. Yeah, when you said the drug war thing earlier about Colombia, I was immediately just thinking back to
that was a missed opportunity.
No, I know. The drug war. That's his one go-to. It's like his thing, his niche is he's a conservative who wants to own the libs, but he likes his weed. See, I feel like that must have been done before, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that is his thing. Like that's like his thing. It seems like it's been done before. Like, because there are a lot of those libertarian dudes who are like, no, I'm conservative, but like, don't touch my weed. But maybe he's the first one to really stream about it. Who knows?
Hands off my weed and my snake.
And my guns, man.
There you go.
What a mess.
Bush, whose administration launched the U.S. military invasion of Afghanistan in October of 2001. Think about how long ago that
20
is.
years ago. Think about how
right.
long. It was 20 years ago, man.
20 years, man. That's longer than it's longer than 6 years. It's longer than 18 years.
Actually, technically, it wasn't 20 years ago if it was October, but yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
it's also longer than
20 years.
Yeah.
Specifically cited the plight of Afghan women and girls, whom he said could, quote, suffer unspeakable harm.
Will suffer.
Yeah.
Wait, but we know
what about
but
what?
it's not hypothetical. We know how it was before 2001. Obviously, they're going to go back to that. Duh.
He's gonna say, what about the women and girls in Flint, Michigan, bro?
Oh God, yeah. Can they go to school?
At the hands of the Taliban. Here's how you know this is bullshit. Saudi Arabia.
Oh God, he did the meme. I did a video about this called "What About Saudi?" Though I did a video like a year ago. You can go and watch it. It actually did pretty well at the time because a lot of people are like, "Oh yeah, that's actually yeah." We see that meme everywhere. But what about Saudi though? And I go over. I'm just like, wait. So when they say "What about Saudi?" though, understand something. They don't even mean it. If George Bush came out tomorrow and said, we want to go to war to liberate Saudi Arabia, he would immediately start siding with Saudi Arabia and say, oh, but what about Iran? Or what about Turkey? What about whatever? Understand something. They're not actually interested in reform in Saudi Arabia or whatever. They just want to move the goalpost. They're anti-American. They don't actually care about making the world a better place. So. And they also don't understand how allies work. So there's that too.
While we're whinging about Saudi Arabia, I wanted to... Oh, it's kind of echoing a little bit. Oh, there we go. Okay, that sounds better. It does it off. Yeah, it does it every now and then. But I think it's more to StreamYard than you. I did want, Saudi Arabia, not relevant to this discussion, but I did want to remind people of what's actually happening, in Afghanistan. Afghanistan, supposedly the topic of the video, but it's not really going to be the topic of the video. But in some of the districts where the Taliban's actually gaining control again, they've been distributing these leaflets that are calling, that are basically laying out restrictions and what they're seeking to enforce. Some of them include women not leaving the house without the hijab and not leaving without a male companion. So that is not a hypothetical. That is happening right now. But let's talk about Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, don't worry, or rather, Saudi Arabia, don't get it twisted. That's a nation with a lot of issues, particularly with misogyny. It's also a nation that's made a lot of reforms in that area as well. Reforms that you're not going to be seeing anytime soon under Taliban-controlled territory. It's a terrible comparison. It's totally worthless. It has no business being in this video, but let's talk about Saudi Arabia.
Is one of our top allies, if not our top ally. It's either them or Israel.
What?
How are we
our top ally?
Dude, it's not. The UK is a better ally than Saudi Arabia.
Even saying one of our top allies would be inaccurate. But then he said, one of our top allies, if not our top ally, it's either them or Israel. This is what happens if your brain is all kiled up. It's all Kyle up noises. This is also what happens if Kyle is your only news source. Oh yeah, Saudi Arabia, America's #1 ally. Are you fucking stupid, bro?
No, I also get news from Russia Today. Don't smear me, man.
I mean, so do we. We review them. So
that's true. Enough. I guess we watch Russia Today as well. Dude.
Women treated there, George? How did you treat Saudi Arabia knowing how they're treating women?
By the way, women are actually better treated in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia doesn't tend to just straight up execute you the second you wind up showing an ankle or whatever. They have all kinds of punishments and shit, and they're terrible. But Saudi Arabia was never as bad as the Taliban. Those are different degrees. So he's wrong about that.
And it's totally unrealistic to, I'm going to change the world by myself with no local support whatsoever. Yeah.
So what message would that send to every other country in the world? Like even Western countries, like America won't have your back. Like look at what happened when America abandoned the Kurds. It'd be like that all over again.
It's actually good to be cooperative with them to some degree and pressure them to make reforms. Now, here's the thing. It can be a bad relationship. We kind of saw what that was like under Trump because they weren't too keen on pushing reform then. And now, you know, I think that it's arguably better and arguably worse, to be quite honest with you, because it's gone a little bit too far in the other direction, where they're trying to cut deals with the Houthis, and they're like, "What? I mean, we've done so much for you. We took you out. We're not designating you as terrorists anymore, but you're still doing terrorism." That's amazing. Like, I mean, we take you off the terror list, and what do you do to thank us? You do more terrorism. What the fuck, bro? Maybe you should put them back on that list.
They have women's rights activists locked up right now.
Irrelevant.
Women have been protesting for, like, the right to drive.
Yeah,
they have the right to drive.
And the Taliban don't even arrest women's rights activists. They just shoot people. So,
wait a minute. That's such an outdated talking point. Hold on. I want to verify this. Saudi Arabia.
No. They changed it. That the women can drive in Saudi Arabia. It's like, I know it's a meme, but like, he's comparing the Taliban to Saudi Arabia.
So that's amazing that he's going to mention that, though. He's like, yeah, women have, that's the key word, women have been arrested for doing activism to drive. Yeah, except they can drive now. Are you going to mention that? Oh, no. Get some new talking points, Kyle. I know that's hard for you. All your talking points are from 20 fucking years ago.
Yeah, he'd be like, no, I need some new wars for some new talking points.
Oh, I'll give you some new wars to bitch about, bud. Don't worry. I will fuel his channel. I'll say, look, Kyle, we're gonna start a partnership here. I get to start the wars, and you get to cover them. That sounds like a good deal, doesn't it?
And he'd be like, yeah, I get views and subs.
Yeah, man. That sounds great. Like, because I don't actually care. That's what because he doesn't care. He doesn't care about the suffering around the world. He just wants those views and those subs, bro. Those patron dollars.
That money, man.
They treat them horrendously there. There's beheadings in the streets for adultery.
Yeah,
if
thanks,
a woman
Kyle.
Yeah, as opposed to the Taliban.
Caught cheating,
that's
she
what
get
the
her
video
head
is
chopped
about,
off
right?
in the public square. Has George W. Bush said anything critical of the Saudi Arabian government when they do that? Nothing. Nothing at all.
One Google search will disprove this. Let's do it. I'm willing to play this game with him. George W. Bush criticizes Saudi Arabia.
Let's see what comes up.
Oh, Jesus. We got one from Reuters. Bush criticizes China, Saudi, Iran on rights.
Oh.
But said progress has been made in some countries, including Vietnam. This happened, that was 2008. Oh, how could you miss it, Kyle? Let's see what he said about Saudi Arabia. I'm scrolling down. Talks about China for a little bit. Okay, here we go. Bush also cited Saudi Arabia and Iran. We remember those seeking religious freedom in Saudi Arabia, where the religious police continue to arrest non-Muslims, yet where we also believe reforms pledged by King Abdullah can bring real change, he said. There you go. And he basically said the same thing about Iran. There we go. One example. And I'm sure there's many more. Because here's the thing.
Kyle just got owned.
George W. Bush is not a Wahhabist, you know? He's not. He saw them as they were a useful ally. As a statesman, he was about upholding those alliances, even with nations that you don't fully agree with. Even with nations who are in their own rights are terrible domestically. But at the same time, they exhibit some willingness to cooperate with you and your interests. And they also demonstrate a willingness to actually reform and actually make true on their promises. to liberalize. Kind of a big difference. But Kyle just likes to throw out this totally unsubstantiated. Has he ever criticized Saudi Arabia ever? There we go. He has. What now? Believe it or not, George W. Bush is not actually in favor of people being executed in the streets for adultery. I don't know who needed to be told this, but that's what we're dealing with here.
That's crazy.
I don't want to hear, oh my God, I feel so bad for the women. And I mean, that's why we did the invasion. George W. Bush did the war in Iraq. The war in Iraq killed hundreds of thousands of innocent civilians.
Dude. Wait,
It took a little longer than I was expecting, but he got to it.
He said millions before, a million. They toned it down. Okay.
Maybe it's still millions, but all the other people weren't innocent.
Yeah.
Hundreds of thousands of innocent people. Oh, you mean 13% of civilians were killed by coalition forces. Mind you, this was collateral damage during a war. You know, a war where not everything goes to plan. A war that was done for the purpose of liberating that nation. He did the Iraq War. Hundreds of thousands of innocent people died. Totally not going to mention who actually killed most of those people, though.
That was America.
Totally not going to mention that Kyle would have been fine with any number of people dying under the rule of the Hussein family for all of human history. He wouldn't have wanted to do anything about that. George Bush killed all these innocent people. Did he really now? Oh, but he did it, man. He initiated the war. That's the problem. If you actually seek to do anything meaningful in the world, you get saddled with all the responsibility. Meanwhile, people who are committing all manner of atrocities don't get any blame whatsoever. In fact, if you blame them too much, if you highlight that too much, you might be manufacturing consent for a war. A regime change war.
I like this comment. Women can drive in Saudi. Flint is fixed. Biden invested in infrastructure. What now, Kyle?
There you go. I mean, really, we're running out of things to complain about it. We actually might have to. We might have to complain about things happening in Afghanistan or things happening in Iran. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What-oh.
Uh-oh. 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 Uh-oh.
Ha
Dude. I mean, he looks like no one. You.
He's a clown ball.
Yeah, he's a clown ball. He's cringe and lame pilled.
He's a goof.
Yep. Ghouls greater than goofs.
How many of them were women? How many of them were women? I don't know, because I don't even know if they keep
How many
the
women did he liberate?
How many of them were women? Oh my God, that's such a hacky, dumb, childish talking point. Like, are you kidding me, Kyle?
This is Kyle's way of saying, like, this is a great way to avoid dealing with the situation in Afghanistan right now with these restrictions on women. Oh, we're not going to address that at all. We're not going to address this impending persecution because we can go back to the Iraq War. Kind of like the drug war.
The drug war.
The Iraq war.
What if?
How many
What if they
women
were
died?
the same thing?
Ooh, it was all done for my drugs.
Yeah, think about it. What if the war for oil was actually a war for drugs? Dun dun dun. I mean, think about it. CTV's also opposed to the Iraq war, so when that makes sense, he only ever talks about the drug war.
Maybe the drug war is code for all wars.
No, dude, it's okay. I can't believe the reality that we live in, where these are like big figures and they make points that sometimes make shoe on head look smart.
You're making shoes pothole meme look legit at this point.
Statistics on that, but I'm gonna guess at least 100,000 of the people who died in the war in Afghanistan on the Iraqi side were women.
That's
the war in Afghanistan
true.
on the Iraqi side.
No. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. So the actual did he say Afghan? Wait, hold on. Fuck.
He said the war in Afghanistan on the Iraqi side.
Wait. No. Wait, Kyle. Oh, dude, okay, hold on a second. I'm just screen capping this one right now with his eyes. This is gold. This one's gonna be a thumbnail for one of those highlight clips that comes out in like 6 weeks because I'm 6 episodes behind on highlight clips right now. But okay, okay. We're going back a little bit. Yeah, that makes Kurdistan. No. Kurdistan is in Iraq. That makes Afghan Kurdistan sound smart. Okay.
George W. Bush.
Oh, come on.
Did the war in Iraq.
Okay.
In Iraq.
Wait.
Anything critical of the Saudi Arabian government when they do that? Nothing at all. So I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear, oh my God, I feel so bad for the women. And I mean, that's why we did the invasion. George W. Bush did the war in Iraq. The war in Iraq killed hundreds of thousands of innocent civilians. How many of them were women?
Just so that we're clear here, it killed about 200,000 people if you factor in the insurgency that went on for years that was sponsored by Iran. The actual war to get rid of Saddam killed about 20,000 people. So, but that only lasted a couple months.
How many of them were women? I don't know, because I don't even know if they keep the detailed enough statistics on that, but...
Hold on a second. I haven't looked into it, actually. I'm pretty sure they do have a breakdown of that. And by the way, he's about to make a point that like half are women or something stupid. Most of the deaths were male. But whatever.
Nope. If women are half the population, they have to be half of everything. That's the logic.
Oh, by that definition, half of the population that died in Russia in World War II was female too, right? That's why.
Exactly.
That's why there's no sex gap in the Russian population because the same number of women and men died. Isn't that right?
Exactly. That's. I mean, they had all those women soldiers.
Yeah. This is stupid.
That's kind of an understatement.
Look at Kyle right there. He's like, yeah, I hope they buy this one, guys. I need that Patreon money.
He needs a ban.
Come on, Kyle. Okay, let's go. Come on, StreamYard.
Let's flip and go.
Let us flippin' go.
Civilians. How many of them were women? I don't know, because I don't even know if they keep the detailed enough statistics.
By the way, this is not a live stream to my understanding. He just didn't do the research. Okay, that's cool.
Statistics on that, but I'm going to guess at least 100,000.
This is his only job, by the way. Like when I do my shows and stuff, when I do my premieres, yeah, they're not live, but I'm usually filming them rushing to get to work. This is his work.
And when we do the show, it's literally me Googling things on the spot.
Yeah.
1,000 of the people who died in the war in Afghanistan on the Iraqi side.
Wait, no. He said it. Guys in chat. Pay attention. This is so dumb what we're about to see.
How many of them were women? I don't know, because I don't even know if they keep the detailed enough statistics on that, but I'm going to guess at least 100,000 of the people who died in the war in Afghanistan on the Iraqi side were women.
So over 100,000 Iraqi women died in the Afghan war is Kyle's claim. I'm going to fact check that right now, actually, and just see maybe he's right. Maybe he's right. Maybe there was a legion of women from Iraq going in to help the Kurds in Afghanistan.
Oh yeah, the Kurds. That's right.
Kurds in Afghanistan, right? We need to let them do the war. That's what Joe Lewis said. Afghanistan war death toll. I want to see the breakdown and see how many were Iraqi. So let's take a look at this. So, according to Brown University, about 241,000 people have been killed in the Afghanistan and Pakistan war zone since 2001. More than 71,000 of those killed have been civilians. Now, that's worth noting there, right? Because that means about 170,000 were combatants. Kyle's implying that half are women. That's not true. That's dumb. Is he implying half of the fighters in the Taliban are female? What?
All of the Taliban fighters are female. It's strictly a female army.
Yeah, it's just a female army. It's not like they don't let women fight or anything. Okay, cool.
They're very oppressive. You know, they're very self-hating women, though. They see other women and they just feel compelled to oppress them.
So that's 2 war zones. I want to see Afghanistan specifically. So it's going to be less than 240,000 over 20 years. Let's see. So as far as casualties and losses go, so ISIS has lost over 2,400. Taliban's lost. Well, this is saying 51,000. I've seen 70,000 though. Yeah, according to Brown, it can be higher. Yeah, no, I must have been Brown that said 70,000 when I looked it up before. So like, yeah, we'll go with 70,000 for the Taliban. Afghan security forces 66,000, so roughly equal. 200 from the Northern Alliance, 2,420 from the U.S., 456 from the UK, 159 from Canada, 89 from France, 57 from Germany, 53 from Italy, and 321 from other countries. Almost 4,000 contractors were killed, and the total that they're giving here for the casualties on the coalition side was 73,000, which is interesting because I don't believe the Iraqi women were fighting with the Taliban. They're not listed in the Taliban column, but they're also not listed in the ISIL column. They're not listed in the coalition. I'm just trying to find where they would be counted. Like, do you think the 100,000 Afghan women or Iraqi women were they fighting with ISIS, or were they fighting with the US, or were they fighting with the Taliban? Like, what do you think, Reece? Because I'm trying to find it here. I'm just not seeing the column where it lists the Iraqi women's brigade. Because he's telling me that so the coalition forces in the last 20 years in Afghanistan lost 73,000. Oh, you know what? Maybe they're their own column, but it's just not included here because they wanted 3. I'll scroll down and see if it talks about. I'm actually going to do Control F and type in Iraqi women. Oh, interesting. That returned no results. So I can't find it here. I can't find it here. So because it's saying about 73,000 coalition forces have been killed, about 70,000 Taliban have been killed. So this would be the plurality of deaths in the war in Afghanistan were the 100,000 Iraqi women. I'm not seeing it, dude. Kyle's going to need to present to me a citation. By the way, this guy, he makes like $15,000 a month to do this, by the way. I can never get over that fact. Hey, Kyle, you mean 100,000 Iraqi women died in Afghanistan? Bro.
He didn't even bother to look into any kind of breakdown, gender wise of the statistics.
You know what? I'm just going to say it. Obviously, he meant to say Afghan women. That's also not true. That's also not true.
I think he was talking about the Iraq War, but he called it the Afghanistan
I thought he was talking about people God damn it. I thought he was talking about Afghan women in the Afghanistan war. Like, wait, what war is this video even about? I thought he was supposed to be talking about Afghanistan. What the fuck?
This is honestly a fitting fate for him bringing up the Iraq War in the first place, because the Iraq War has nothing to do with this topic, but yet we're going to We're just going to bring it up.
Yeah, 100 quadrillion female children died in Iraq.
He said 100,000 Iraqi women died in the Afghanistan war. But
wait. No. So hold on a second. I thought he meant to say 100,000 Afghan women died in the Afghanistan war. You're telling me he meant to say 100,000 Iraqi women died in the Iraq war. That also sounds sus. That would imply that half of the death toll were women civilians. But that's not true. Most of the deaths in that war, I know for a fact, were enemy, or not enemy combatants, but were male at least. Like, that's true for almost every war. Kyle,
I guess he's talking about civilians.
But that 200,000 people died between 2003 and 2011 in that war. Most of them were male. He's wrong. No, he's fucking wrong. I'll bring it up, but that makes no sense. Iraq war,
and he even admitted that he didn't look into it. So
why are you mentioning it, Kyle?
The only reason he's mentioning it is because George W. Bush said that he cares about the fate of women and girls in Afghanistan. So he wants to be like, well, George, what about the fate of these women and girls? You killed them with your Iraq war.
Dude.
Anyway, we should keep this train moving.
This is so stupid. We're a quarter of the way through this video. There's no way. This is probably going to be the last video. Okay.
Yep.
Women and or children. So, if you're so concerned about the well-being of women and children, turn yourself in. Go to the Hague.
Turn yourself in. What for what? For liberating millions? Okay.
Yeah, it's spooky. That's cool.
Hey, he's gonna go collect his trophy, I guess.
Yep.
Let's actually enforce international law and the Nuremberg Tribunal and the Geneva Conventions.
Let's enforce it. Wait a minute.
It's
how?
Unbelievable.
That's my question.
The Nuremberg Wait. How's the Nuremberg Tribunal? Wasn't that disbanded like at least a few years ago after they got the Nazis?
Well, yeah. Then there was no purpose for having something like that. But that's amazing. He's admitting to you right there. Yeah, let's actually enforce international law, which means he knows it doesn't actually get enforced. He knows it doesn't actually matter. But yet he's still going to go to bat for it. Yet this is the same guy who will ignore legalities in nations like Venezuela if it's inconvenient for him.
Imagine being this dumb at 35 who says Ryan.
Kyle, you're 35.
You're 35, dude. Get it together.
He's admitting to you he knows international law doesn't get enforced. And he's like, let's actually enforce it. Oh, really? With what mechanisms? How's that going to happen? Is the UN going to get an army of some worth under their belt that could combat the United States? Something tells me that's not going to happen anytime soon.
That this guy has the nerve to come out and say anything. Bush, whose administration launched the U.S. military invasion of Afghanistan.
He doesn't come out that often. He comments very, very rarely. But he needed to speak up about this. You know why? Because it's an unraveling of his legacy, of something that he started. And unfortunately, in this case, he didn't get to see it all the way through. And now all of that progress has been pissed away. And then you have people like Kyle who are going to make excuses for that. And they're not going to talk about the actual state of the treatment of women and girls in Afghanistan, because that would be inconvenient. And it might manufacture consent for a war.
Uh-oh.
All he's going to talk about is my 2001, my 2003. Where's my check?
2001, I already read you that part, Bush expressed similar concern for the fate of thousands of Afghan translators, as well as their families, who aided U.S. and NATO forces throughout the two-decade war effort. Quote, "It seems like they're just going to be left behind to be slaughtered by these very brutal people," Bush said, "and it breaks my heart." Now, hold on. These people are in line to just get into the United States and get citizenship. Now, am I in favor of that? Absolutely. If there were translators there who risked everything to help the U.S. and to help the government, and then we're just going to pull out and leave them there to be slaughtered, I don't agree with that. I mean, we should have never been in the war in the first place, but we did go to the war. And so these people helped us. They're our allies. They did it.
What about all the people? Kyle's like, I don't want these people to be left behind to be slaughtered. Oh, these couple thousand people, you don't want them to be left behind. What about everyone else? They just get to be left behind to be at the mercy of the Taliban, apparently. We shouldn't have been involved in the war to begin with. Really? I thought you were in favor of defensive wars, which this definitively was. If you're including the Pacific War against Japan as a defensive war, and everything that came as a result of that, even if we took aggressive action, even if we initiated attacks, you're still going to count that as a defensive war. But apparently going to Afghanistan, kicking the Taliban out from power, and then fostering the rise of a new government, apparently that's not a defensive war. Okay. We shouldn't have been involved. Oh, that would have been a great idea, Kyle. What kind of response would that have been? The World Trade, the Twin Towers come down, and then what's our response? We're just like, I mean, we've got more buildings. Come on.
Potholes.
You got 2 buildings. We've got thousands of buildings. We'll be fine. Unbelievable. What would Kyle have done if he were president? Jack shit.
By the way, under the promise of eventually getting into the United States, so we should, make sure we follow through on that promise. Now, if there's a bureaucratic backup, at whatever department is handling this, well, then they should fix that bureaucratic backup. They should make sure that these people get citizenship. But certainly, this is not a reason to I guess we have to stay forever because we got to protect the translators. He knows that's bullshit.
So he's trying to own George W. Bush on this. He's trying to own him. Yeah, there's some people. Yeah, there's some translators who are in line to get into the nation. There are also translators who are having trouble getting on board because this was such an ill thought out withdrawal to begin with. I just look it up. This is me. Google Master at play. U.S. 20,000 Afghan interpreters request asylum. Very big difference between requesting asylum and being in line to get into the country. Yeah. Taliban will hang me. Afghan interpreters plead with Canada for help. Well, what? They have to go to Canada? I thought that America was handling it all. I mean, come on.
Well, and Canada should take in all of them. I mean, if Trudeau wants to finally look good for once, he should just take in all of these people and show up Joe Biden.
Kyle's such a desperate contrarian. Like, George W. Bush says anything, he's like, wait a minute. No, I disagree. That wasn't even something worth disagreeing with. Because ultimately, he agrees with that statement. He agrees that the interpreters and their family should be helped. But he wanted to find a way to throw shade at George W. Bush. Kyle, you're so lame.
And lame-pilled.
I'll expose every second of your worthless diatribe. Because you are a petty motherfucker. And George W. Bush has been living rent-free in your head for 20 years. And it's so obvious. It's painfully obvious.
Come as even senior Biden administration officials have acknowledged what Pentagon spokesperson John Kirby described as a deteriorating security situation in Afghanistan, where the Taliban claims to have overtaken 85% of the country's territory. Now, what they don't tell you is that as of a few years ago, they already had a majority of the country under their control.
Well, yeah, that's because Obama turned down the surge before it was sufficiently finished with the mission. So, okay.
How is this relevant? I mean, you think that's bad, but this has already happened. I mean, if you go back 20 years ago, they had 100% control.
Dude.
How is that important to mention? It's like, well, yeah, I guess now it'd be important from the context of, well, we've seen what happens if we withdraw and we don't actually engage with this seriously. So we don't want to see a repeat of that. We want to prevent them from gaining more territory. But Kyle, what's Kyle going to say? Is Kyle going to say, well, they had all this territory back then and it wasn't so bad, man. Things are actually okay. He can't deny that that's what's happening. He can't deny that they're gaining territory rapidly. So what does he have? His only card that he can possibly play is that he just doesn't care. Just go with that, Kyle. Just say, I don't care. I'm a solipsist. I don't give a shit about this. I don't care. I'm a nationalist. I don't give a fuck about these other people overseas. Fuck them. That's what he should really say.
That's what they don't tell you. So we were permanently occupying it, and they had over 50% of the country in their control. Guys, it doesn't matter if we leave now, if we left in 2005.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Yeah, it's almost like if you drastically lower your troop presence, they'll gain more territory, and you'll have less capacity in which to contain them. Now, imagine a much worse situation where you have no troop presence whatsoever. Wonder how much territory they're going to have. Also worth mentioning that at that time, when they were gaining more territory, the government did not collapse. Now, check back in 6 months.
I mean, we've reacted to Kyle a lot. This one is a particularly bad video of his. It's also very long. I mean, considering the fact we're not even at the halfway point yet. I mean...
Oh, I'm no quitter.
He filmed this unironically and uploaded it unironically and thought, good job, Kyle.
I'm not a quitter. I believe in seeing things through to the end.
Yeah,
I believe in seeing regime change wars through to the end, and I believe in seeing takedowns of shitty videos through to the end.
Yes, stay the course.
2048.
Unlike Joe Biden, hashtag white flag Joe.
Oh.
The Taliban is going to take over more territory.
Look at this defeatism.
In 2048. Okay, maybe if you keep advocating for a kick the can down the road type policy. How about you make it so the Taliban isn't even a thing anymore? Imagine if that's what people had said during the Second World War. I mean, oh man, in the year 2000, we're still going to be fighting these Nazis. And then Churchill turns to somebody and bitch slaps them.
Yeah.
Year 2000, we're still going to, no, they're done, son.
They're a guerrilla army in their own country. By the same token, we were in Vietnam for a really long time, and yeah, when we pulled out, a lot of bad things happened. Does that mean we should permanently stay in Vietnam?
Well, yes. That'd be kind of cool. That'd be cool. Like, imagine if Vietnam looked like Japan or Germany today. That'd be pretty based.
It's amazing. It's amazing the things that you can excuse when you don't give a fuck. Amazing.
Oh, yeah, he admitted he didn't care if the whole world went communist because he's an individualist.
That's right.
Which is hilarious because communism is a collectivistic ideology, but he'd say, but why is it my business?
I like how he characterizes all this as just bad things happening. Yeah, bad things happened in Vietnam. Oh, you mean when the communists took over?
Yeah,
when they purged all their opponents.
Executed a ton of people that were former corrupt.
That was bad. Bad things were happening.
Hey man, World War II, bad things happen.
That's true. That's kind of
Now,
like
there's
what Bush said, though, too. Bad and sad.
Bad and sad.
honest neocons out there like Lindsey Graham who say,
I guess, I don't know. Is Lindsey Graham really a neocon? I mean, whatever. Okay.
Sure.
sure, yeah, why not? But guess what? When you...
He's called Hillary Clinton a neocon, hasn't he, in the past?
I feel like, I mean, he calls everybody a neocon.
Yeah.
Or a deep neocon.
Mike Pompeo. Yeah, he called Mike. Yeah, Lindsey Graham. I don't know. Lindsey Graham. I feel like Lindsey Graham. Honestly, Lindsey Graham is more of a neocon than Mike Pompeo. So okay.
That's true. I feel like, even so, I feel like that's a mischaracterization of Lindsey Graham.
He's not. He can be hawkish sometimes. He's kind of like Ben Shapiro in that way, but
I more mean what Kyle's saying. Kyle's saying that Lindsey Graham would say, let's stay in Afghanistan forever. Okay, sit down with Lindsey Graham and ask him, hey, do you think we should stay in Afghanistan forever? He'd probably say, I know, I actually want to win the war.
based. That's what we say. End the endless wars by winning them, because they really are. Here's the pill. The war will be endless. Like I said, let's make sure Afghanistan doesn't turn into Afghanistan, because you're going to have to go back again after they attack you again. So how about, why not just get rid of the Taliban once and for all, and then never have to deal with their bullshit ever again? So, imagine.
Sounds like imperialism.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Imperialism, just like Japan. Look at Japan. It looks so awful, man.
It does. I mean, they've got U.S. bases everywhere. Oh.
They've got capitalism. They got McDonald's.
Oof.
Vocalize that position, people tend to tell you to go fuck yourself, because the American people don't agree. People are anti-war. There was a poll that was done.
Cringy people are anti-war.
Most people
don't care one way or another. Let's just be real about that. They just go with whatever the meme is, and right now the memes are on their side. So
most people favored us going there.
Yeah, that's even now. It's not like 100% of people disagree with the Afghan war. So.
In like 2013, which found that the war in Afghanistan was the most unpopular war in U.S. history, even more unpopular than Vietnam at the height of its unpopular.
Wait, I just watched a video by Stephen Michael Davis that debunked that. What is he citing? Because Stephen Michael Davis went through some polls. I guess these were recent polls, whereas his is from 2013. But basically, Vietnam was way more important in the culture, and that
I mean, you don't even need citations for that. That's so obvious. Of course, that was more. The opposition to the Vietnam War was more culturally important than opposition to the Iraq War or the Afghanistan War. No one today, people today are so much more apathetic to that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's called a forgotten war. Nobody called Vietnam a forgotten war. So
yeah, and those wars were, the war in Vietnam was significantly more costly as well. And they had a draft in place. It's not even worth comparing them.
That's because the U.S. didn't seriously attack the northern position. Like I've always said before, if you've got a conscript army, you have to do everything in your power to minimize their casualties. I think the U.S. was too soft in their approach to North Vietnam. I would have strategically bombed the crap, and they did do a lot of bombing. But I've said it before, I would have used tactical nukes there rather than let what happened happen. So that's just my view of it. Like if you have people that did not sign up for it of their own volition, you have to do everything in your power to minimize their deaths. If that means 1,000 of the enemy's death, then so be it, because you've got a conscript army. I don't even support conscript armies, but that was a reality. And the U.S. basically did not assist them enough and take it seriously enough. And they managed to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory, essentially. And they caved to political pressure and everything. But no, I mean, I know that spooked people too. They're like, well, you would have used nukes to win the Vietnam War. It's like, well, yeah, I would have used nukes to win the Korean War too. Why is that a shocker? So, like,
So
MacArthur.
so no matter what poll you'd bring up, where people say, "Oh, whatever," you give them a question, do you favor or do you oppose the Afghanistan war? And then more people supposedly oppose the Afghanistan war than oppose the Vietnam War at the height of people opposing it. It wouldn't matter. The reason it wouldn't matter is because it wasn't as culturally relevant, and that's obvious. That is so significantly obvious. Because if there really was mounting political pressure around 2013, we would have pulled out.
Yeah. We got a comment here, though. Somebody's not happy with us. He's Ryan Bunner? What kind of name is Bunner?
Bunner.
Wait, is this like Beavis and Butthead? Okay, Ryan Bunner says, wow, y'all are a bunch of dorks. So, like, is one of... Yeah, no you. Is this one of, like, Nick Fuentes' dork squad coming in here, as Dylan Burns called them? Basically coping for the fact that everybody, regardless of ideology, has been dunking on you guys for being a bunch of children. Literal children, by the way. Not even like adults that act like children like Kyle, but like literal children. Like, what's your ideology, Mr. Bunner?
I guarantee you it will be cringe, no matter which way it leans. No, you.
No, you. It looks like he's saying it too, right? Like, it literally, like, I don't know what he was saying there, but it sounds like he's saying "no, you" in an interview. So great. That's one of my favorite pictures of John Bolton. He's just like, and he's like, he knows. Like, that's the other thing that I love about John Bolton is, like, he's a confident fucker. He literally does not care what people think of him. He's just like, no, I'm going to speak truth to power right here. These guys are a bunch of butchers and tyrants and oppressors, and they need to be taken down a leg, taken down a peg. So, yeah, Beavis, Butthead, and Bunner. That's the third one. Okay.
Anyway.
Imagine being called Bunner and calling people dorks. That's funny. That's funny. Bunner, he's a furry. He's a furry. That's right. Get it, Bunner. Bunner.
Oh,
I
that's
said
terrible.
Tonight, no, dude. Well, I said tonight, I'm like, we're back at it like a jackrabbit. So here we are.
Bunner the furry.
It's kind of a fitting name, right? It's like how a lot of people that have the last name Lawrence become lawyers. You got a last name Bunner, you become a furry. It makes sense.
Popularity. It was like
Destiny.
20% or fewer people who wanted to be in Afghanistan. And again, that was 2013. So...
Yeah, and the recent stuff that I was looking at from Stephen Michael Davis seemed to imply that Vietnam was regarded worse, but whatever.
What are we talking about here? Is the idea, let's just permanently stay there? Is that the idea? Again, Lindsey Graham's the one who's honest enough to admit that. Now, he gets dunked on and made fun of viciously for it.
I don't recall him ever saying he wanted to stay forever, by the way.
No, Kyle's just taking Graham's words out of context. Graham's not
he's a smear merchant.
Graham's not somebody that talks about this that much, though. Like, it's not really that big of an issue for him, Like, he talks about foreign policy, but he also talks about owning the libs, all that kind of stuff, the Medicare stuff.
There's no one who's saying what we're saying, basically. No one.
I'm here. Way to throw me. Oh, you said we're.
Exactly. No one's saying what they're saying is, oh, this was a mistake. They're basically saying what George W. Bush said. We shouldn't do this. We shouldn't withdraw. It's going to have terrible consequences. That's what they're saying. Are they saying stay there forever? No.
At least be honest about it, George. At least say, yeah, I want to stay there forever. I don't care about the fact we don't have...
Yeah, Bush doesn't want to stay there forever. That's bullshit. Bush wasn't even like that hawkish when he ran, for fuck's sake. So whatever. Like, to him, he wants to get rid of the Taliban. Why would you, like, look, okay, it'd be great to have a base there and everything, but like the U.S. doesn't actually like need a base there per se. It'd be an extra asset. But once the Taliban's done and Afghanistan's a self-sufficient democracy, you don't really need a base there anymore. So
clean water in a lot of places around.
I just find it amazing that he goes back to this point This isn't a gotcha. This isn't a proper rebuttal of anything that Bush had to say. Like, oh, what? So if you say, look at this situation with the women and girls, look at how everything's unraveling. Look at how everything's deteriorating, as the intelligence community said. Look at how we have these predictions that in 6 months, the Afghan government that we were partnered with is gone. It's over. And the country is thrust back almost entirely into tyranny. And then your grand comeback is, what do you want? You want us to stay there forever? That's a demented, stupid response. Like, what are you talking about? No. I don't want to actually be fighting this war forever. That's a more accurate question. I don't want to. Do you want to be fighting the war forever? No. I would actually like to win the war. Now, would I like us to have some security presence there? Beyond that, sure, absolutely. Prevent that from happening again. But do I want to be fighting this war forever? No. I'd like to move on to other wars. I have other things on the agenda, amazingly enough. And I'm disappointed in how a lot of administrations handled this particular war. And that's the reason it's gone on so long, is because people wanted to yo-yo hawk it and not really commit to it in any kind of big way. Some of it was based on the public, the supposed public approval rating of the war. But at some point, you just need to say, what's history going to think of me? What's my legacy going to be? What's the right thing to do? Screw the polls. I don't care what the polls say. Oh, this is going to be politically detrimental to me. Well, by the time that Obama is in his second term, he shouldn't give a fuck. He should just be like, yeah, I'm going to do the right thing. I don't have to run for re-election. I'm just going to do the right thing. Instead, no, he didn't do the right thing, actually. He drew down, he stopped the surge. So there you go.
That position, people tend to tell you to go fuck yourself. About the fact our infrastructure gets a grade. The fact we don't even have high speed. The one who's honest enough to admit that. Now he gets dunked on and made fun of viciously for it. Good. But at least be honest about it, George. At least say, yeah, I want to stay there forever. I don't care about the fact we don't have clean water in a lot of places around this country. I don't care about the fact we don't even have high-speed internet in a lot of places around this country. I don't care about the fact our infrastructure gets a grade of D+ or C- depending on the year. I don't care about the fact that 80% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck.
By the way, it should be noted for the record here, you can deal with all these issues without compromising your security standing in the world. By the way, Kyle, here's the thing. It doesn't even have to be a trade-off. If you're some fiscal hawk, then maybe it's a trade-off where you cut funding in one area and have to devote it to another area. Kyle supports raising taxes. So why not just raise taxes and have everything?
Oh, exactly. He wants to raise them high enough as is.
By the way, I don't want to raise taxes anywhere near as high as this idiot. If he were to actually do what he wants, so Green New Deal, Medicare for all, universal education. By the way, Canada doesn't have Medicare for all. That's not a thing anywhere. That's way more expensive than anything Europe has or Canada. But let's say you did it. We're talking, you'd basically have to raise taxes 3 times, because that's $10 trillion a year plus minimum. So you'd have to go from a 30% tax rate average to an average of 90% taxes, and then all your businesses leave. It's not actually possible to do. But could you do a 5% tax increase? Sure. That'd be more than enough to do some of the infrastructure stuff he wants and also keep the war in Afghanistan going. By the way, the U.S. doesn't even spend that much in Afghanistan. Have a few thousand troops there is not actually that expensive in the grand scheme of things. The U.S. has a lot of money. So
I'm amazed at all of these irrelevant issues he's bringing up.
I'm pretty sure it's more expensive. I'm pretty sure it's more expensive to maintain troops in Germany at this point than in Afghanistan, because there's 20 times as many troops in Germany or something. So
there you go. But he has the gall to say that George W. Bush doesn't care about any of those issues. What evidence is there for that? Yeah, he doesn't care about these things. This is called whataboutery. Those are called red herrings. Those are not important to the topic at hand. Those are convenient ways for Kyle to live with himself, basically, after making the statements he did about not caring about what happened when we left Vietnam and not caring what's happening now that we're leaving Afghanistan. Look, man, we didn't have a choice. We didn't have a choice to abandon our allies and to abandon our mission. So he's totally content to throw millions of people into the jaws of tyranny and just say, well, that's just how it is. That's just your lot in life. Meanwhile, I'm going to be sitting here in my ivory tower complaining about my potholes. How sickening.
And like his talking points are out of date anyway. So.
Oh yeah, no, that Flint line needs to go. That is so old hat.
I don't care about the fact that millions of people don't have health insurance. I don't care about the fact that medical bills is one of the top causes of bankruptcy. I don't care about the fact that half of working people in this country make $30,000 a year or less. I don't care about any of that. I'd rather permanently occupy Afghanistan and Iraq. By the way, if you told me immediately...
Wait, occupy? Occupy.
Occupy.
Wait,
that's
the
the
government
verbiage.
wants you there. The government wants you there.
But they didn't want you in Iraq. Remember, they voted, man. They said leave. Even though our presence, if you thought our presence was lax in Afghanistan, in Iraq, at this point, basically nothing.
Oh, and by the way, the Kyle bot is more sentient than Kyle himself. He's an NPC.
That's true. The Kyle bot, like we can't replicate his stupidity. So the bot actually comes across as smarter.
Oh yeah, because
you
a lot of
can't buy
it's random.
this stupid.
No, it's because it's a lot of it is just random. Like you input like thousands of phrases, and it's just a random amalgamation of them. If you were to try to replicate Kyle's stupidity, like because with the Kyle bot you have broken clock moments of sentience, but with Kyle himself, you'd have to actually like program an AI to try to be as stupid as possible at all times, and that's a lot harder than just being random. Because if you're just random, you're going to be right sometimes. So
that's true.
After 9/11, here's our goal.
It's kind of like who would have a better foreign policy, a monkey typing on a keyboard or Kyle? We all know it would be the monkey. So
yeah, because Kyle's would be consistently terrible.
Yes.
Declaration of war through Congress. It's going to be specifically to get Osama bin Laden. You're going to have 1 year, 365 days.
Oh, that's so dumb. No. 365 days to get bin Laden?
That's not actually what happened.
It took 10 years.
But even if he's talking about that's what Congress allowed, that's not what happened at all. The authorization of military force. Oh, remember when we talked about that? That was a permit to fight Al Qaeda and its associates anywhere and at any time. It wasn't, oh, you have a year to get Osama bin Laden. and so this is what Kyle wants to say, because he always goes back to this. I mean, once you kill Osama bin Laden, it's over. We're done. We get to go home. Yeah, like he was the only problem. That's not what... Yeah, we went to Afghanistan to find him. A big part of that, though, is that the government that was in power of that nation at the time was the Taliban. They're not fans of ours. And they were complicit in harboring Osama bin Laden. That's what happened there. So while you're there, you're actually going to have to kick the government out of power. Oh, and that means you're actually going to have to do some nation building. See, all these things lead into each other. If you actually want to see your mission through in any real way. Because sometimes it's not just about retribution. It's not just about getting revenge on Osama bin Laden. It was about ensuring that this situation couldn't happen again. And that's what people like Kyle don't understand. Painfully don't understand. Like that's amazing. Like that would be like if you that would be like if you left your door unlocked and somebody broke into your house and stole a bunch of shit from you. And then you involved the police, you brought them to justice, you got your belongings back, and you went to sleep that night with the door unlocked. You know what that would make you? That would make you a fucking loser.
And a boozer.
It would make you an idiot.
Dude.
To accomplish that. Would anybody really have opposed you? I think even Barbara Lee may have voted for that. But that's not what happened. And so, listen, the takeaway is what?
Oh, hold on. He was saying that was a hypothetical. Oh, now he's going to talk about the authorization. So what Kyle wanted to have happened was you have 1 year to get Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, that's what I was reacting to. Like I knew it was a hypothetical. I was saying like it took 10 years. So it's
you're right. I'm wrong. You're right. My judgment is clouded by how much garbage is.
But it's hard. No, but I was wrong earlier because you were right that he was talking about Iraq when he was talking about Iraqi women in Afghanistan, and
he kills brain cells. So
I feel dumber right now.
dumber than Ron Paul, maybe.
Well, Ron is dumber than Jake Paul, and I feel smarter than Jake Paul still. So we're good, but we can't keep.
We Gucci. So he's saying
can't keep doing this.
That we're this is our lot in life, my friend.
We're like 70% through.
What's amazing, that's his ideal declaration of war. This is what happens when you have nothing to complain about, by the way, because that wasn't the declaration of war. The declaration of war was the authorization of military force, and everybody voted yes on it except for Barbara Lee. So he's saying, well, even Barbara Lee would have voted to get Osama bin Laden. No, really. This is okay. I'm sorry, people. I know we're going to be here for a while. Listen to me, though. Think about how stupid this is. You have 1 year to get Osama bin Laden. That's it. That's very interesting. Where's Osama bin Laden? Oh yeah, he's being harbored in a nation ruled by a government that doesn't like you. Yeah, good luck operating there. You might actually come into opposition with them.
It took time just to get that intel. The U.S. didn't know he was in Pakistan. The U.S. paid a guy. There was an informant. Oh, here we go, an informant.
Was he a less than reputable man?
A less than reputable man. It turned out he was actually associated with Al Qaeda, and he knew where bin Laden was. It turns out the old granny down in Karachi didn't know where bin Laden was. So when she went to go and be an informant, the CIA said, well, that's all well and good and everything, but like, do you know anything like where he is? It's like, no. Why would I be a member of Al Qaeda? I'm a good citizen. So no, this guy was a dirtbag. This guy was Al Qaeda, and the U.S. gave him $20 million. He has like a swaggy mansion in Pennsylvania, I believe. So because he ratted out bin Laden, and I look at that, I'm just like, oh, well, good for him. So that was worth it.
Absolutely.
$20 million to save potentially thousands of lives and everything else in the hunt. That's good. So he gets his money. Great. So,
oh my God.
Are like, oh, you're giving money to terrorists. It's like, yeah, well, the U.S. gave money. Well, I mean, at least the U.S. honored it, by the way. If you read The Great Leader and the Fighter Pilot, when Ken Rowe defected from North Korea because he didn't really speak English and whatnot, they tried to get away with not giving him the $100,000 that was offered, because the U.S. had offered during the Korean War $100,000 to any pilot that could bring a MiG over the border. And when he defected to the south, and he almost died in the defection process because he landed the wrong way on the runway, and an incoming plane almost crashed into him by a few inches at like almost full speed. And then he almost got shot when he landed and parked. After all that, he gets there and they're in the debriefing and everything, and somebody mentioned something about the money. He had no idea. Like, he didn't even know. Like, he was in North Korea for all that time. He didn't know that they were offering $100,000 or anything, and he had to fight a long time to actually just get the money that was promised to anybody that could get it, because they're like, oh, well, you didn't know about it? Let's try to not pay him the money. He doesn't speak English really well. He wound up getting that money eventually, but the U.S. really tried to screw him out of it. But at least this guy got it, because like, what kind of message does that send if you don't give the informant the money? Why would anybody ever cooperate with you again?
Exactly.
If you're just gonna take the money away. So,
the U.S. works with terrorists.
Works with terrorists. But,
Pays
by the way,
terrorists.
he's not actually a terrorist anymore. I'm not sure what he's got. He's probably got a Lamborghini and knowledge and shit now. So
I'm here in my garage in the Hollywood Hills.
The Pennsylvania Hills. The Philadelphia Hills. Oh, man. I don't know. Well, actually, I'm not sure if he's in Pennsylvania or not. But yeah, I remember hearing something about Pennsylvania, but I don't know. Gave him $20 million. So
I'm sure it would have been just as easy though as, oh yeah, you go get Osama bin Laden within a year. Just go find him.
Even offering $20 million, it took a long time to get somebody to finally agree to rat him out. So I mean, because it sounds like, oh yeah, it's $20 million. Of course, I'll just betray this guy. He's kind of a scumbag. But like, you have to think about it. This guy was obviously a true believer. So, that's
everybody,
move, so.
Everybody in his inner circle, everybody who's going to be aware of where he was at was a true believer. They weren't just going to be like these feckless, like, I'm thinking about converting, like.
No, but in the end, he chose the money, so he made the right call. So there you go.
Money is his god now.
Yeah, it's like, wait, if money is the root of all evil, then why did it get us bin Laden? So,
ooh, good point.
Not just about that. The idea, oh, Iraq was just to get Saddam Hussein. He's been dead for a long time, and we're still in Iraq. What does that tell you? Maybe it wasn't about that. With Osama bin Laden, he's been dead for a long time too.
Still in Iraq. Yeah. Well, there was ISIS because Obama created a power vacuum by leaving. So, leaving prematurely, by the way. Nobody's advocating for like 1,000,000 years present. So, cool, strong.
1,000,000 years. I like that too. I like this idea of Kyle wants it to be that way. Oh yeah, Afghanistan, war on terror. We're going to get Osama bin Laden. Iraq war, we're just going to get Saddam Hussein, and then we're done, right? Then we're done. Then we get to go home. Even then, based on his own criteria for the war on terror, it took much longer than 1 year to get Osama bin Laden. So he would have just given up. He would have just been like a year in, like, well, we tried. So I guess for all the families who lost someone on 9/11, no justice for you. I don't know what to tell you. There's nothing we can do for you. We tried. We gave it the old 1 year try.
Yeah, the 1 year try, man.
He's been dead for over a decade, and we're still in Afghanistan. So what happened?
Yes, because other problems arose. What happened? Oh yeah, amazingly enough, if you killed the leader of a group, by the way, he was the leader of Al Qaeda. Al Qaeda has an extremely limited presence in Afghanistan in recent years. That's not going to be the case anymore. We're talking about the Taliban. Osama bin Laden wasn't our only concern, Kyle. Osama bin Laden was not the only person who was complicit in the 9/11 attack and harboring those who committed it. What do you even say to such idiocy?
I know what I say. Cringe and lame pilled.
Oh, absolutely.
Moving the goalposts. Originally, oh, we got to get Saddam. That's why we got to go. Okay, he's dead. Why didn't you pull out? We got to get Osama bin Laden. That's why we got to go.
Yeah,
okay, he's dead. Why didn't you pull out?
That's not called moving the goalposts. That's called adjusting course. You know what it's called? It's like, amazingly enough, you can have more than one objective from the get-go. So when you mark off one objective, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're done. Look at the things we have to explain. I'm embarrassed for this 35-year-old man.
You're
I'm embarrassed.
35, Kyle. You're 35.
You wouldn't be able to tell. Look at what you have to explain to him. Amazingly enough, you can set out to achieve more than one thing at any given point, and then you achieve one of those goals. Well, then you have other goals. Yeah. The goal there, is to take out Osama bin Laden. You also have a goal to take the Taliban out of power and prevent them from rising to power again. Otherwise, what's even the point? At that rate, what you're saying is, okay, well, we exacted revenge. Do we believe in doing anything proactive to prevent another attack on us? No, not really. You're just inviting yourself. You are emboldening those who would wish to attack you again. That's what we're doing right now. That's not even a hypothetical. We are literally doing that right now. We are emboldening the Taliban to take power. We're emboldening them to harbor other terrorist groups who wish to conspire against us, who wish to attack us in our interests. That's what's happening right now. This isn't some crazy, like, oh, what if that happened? No. Literally happening right now.
Dude, Kyle. He looks like such a goober here, too.
Yes.
It almost looks like he has like devil horns going on or something. And it's funny because didn't he title this video? Like, it's been a long time since we were at the title, but didn't he title it something about the devil?
Yeah, or like he emerges from his lair with Satan or something.
Oh, yeah, Satan. Okay.
Yes, from Satan's lair.
Other factors. Maybe the military-industrial complex is a business, and a lot of people get really, really wealthy off of war. And those no-bid contracts are nice for those elites, aren't they?
I don't care. I don't care. I'm not an anti-capitalist. If people are profiting off of ensuring liberation for millions, that's based.
It's based.
In high school, even, some would say. That's based. I'm not opposed to that at all. I'm not. Anytime he brings up these talking points, they're so uncompelling to me. Oh, it's a business. Everything's a business, you dumb motherfucker. What are you talking about? Oh my God, people are getting paid. People have salaries. People actually can put food on the table. Well, yeah. What were you expecting this to be a volunteer sort of thing? When we say volunteer army, they're volunteers, but they're getting paid,
Yeah, but like, I have one thing to add to that, though. It's based in high school.
No, I was trying to avoid that. I failed.
I mean, imagine wanting to murder puppies.
This is my fault.
Maybe it has a lot.
No, it's not your fault. It's Asuka's fault. He wants to murder puppies.
Jesus Christ.
To do with the trillions of dollars worth of mineral wealth in Afghanistan. Maybe it has a lot to do with geopolitics and making sure that Russia and China don't get, control of the region.
That would be good.
That would be
good. Also keeping mineral wealth out of the hands of warlords and despots would be good too.
You said minerals.
That's fine. I'm totally fine with that.
Minerals confirmed.
Minerals confirmed. I feel no guilt.
Milithium, dude. Milithium. We call me a boomer. I am a boomer. We are that. That is what we are.
It's
I can be way more boomer than you.
I like how Kyle has like half an understanding of what's happening in the world. Maybe this is related to geopolitics. You want to keep Russia and China out. Yeah. Yeah, maybe.
I wonder why.
Maybe it's such a mystery. I wonder why. For Kyle, it doesn't matter because he views all nations as being the same. They're just interchangeable. So it'd be like, oh yeah, what's the difference? They're there, we're there. We're all the same, man. We all have the same values, man. all these governments are corrupt. I mean, it's just like what they were saying about Syria earlier. I mean, they have rigged elections. We have rigged elections. Think about it.
Maybe it has to do with oil in Iraq, just like it.
You're not a boomer. You're literally a millennial.
No, he's a boomer.
No, you. No, you.
Had to do with oil in Iran in the 1950s and oil in Cuba in the 1960s.
No.
Maybe it has to do with opium in Afghanistan. There's a variety of factors that go into it. But what they tell you is the reason is certainly not the reason. I care so much about the women.
Certainly not the
It doesn't.
reason.
The intent doesn't matter.
Alex Jones shit is this?
Even if the U.S. government and military was run by a bunch of Captain Planet villains, it wouldn't matter. It really wouldn't matter what the intent behind these things are. And the intent is far more altruistic than he makes it out to be in many of these cases where there's no profit to be made, where they're not profiting off, it's so much more costly to do a war with Iraq rather than just trading with them for oil and enriching yourself in the process. That's amazing. Let's talk about the actual results of what are happening here. So when they express concern, by the way, George W. Bush never said anything in that recent interview. He didn't say that the intent of going into Afghanistan was to protect women's rights. Now, I'm sure that was a factor at play. That was a concern. But was it the main reason? Probably not. He didn't speak on that. He spoke about his concern of what was happening now. Apparently, Kyle doesn't understand that difference. That's an issue that Kyle has failed to grapple with the entirety of this video. That's supposedly what this video is about. Not really. Not really at all. That is the result. It does not matter why you went in. What matters is what's happening now. What matters is the liberties that you being there was able to ensure, and those same liberties being lost when you leave. So it doesn't matter if you bring up oil. It doesn't matter if you bring up lithium. These are irrelevant talking points with very dubious citations behind them, by the way. And a lot of them, when it comes to the Iraq oil meme, they don't even make any sense. Doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Girls, that's why I killed over 100,000 of them in Iraq. I care so much about the women and girls, that's why I protect Saudi Arabia come hell or high water, and they treat women and girls horrendously.
I know that we're reaching the end because he's recapping everything.
What kind of goober freeze frame is this?
This is his George W. Bush doesn't care about women face.
He's a goofy goober, yeah.
Oh, he is.
So much about humanitarianism and democracy and freedom. And that's why we're aiding a genocide in Yemen as we speak.
Genocide.
Wait, he's about to say stupid, I think. I guess I would agree with that characterization. It is stupid to accuse the U.S. of doing a genocide. A genociding.
There's no genocide in Yemen. There are people dying in Yemen as the result of a civil war.
Yeah, there's a civil war.
But it's a genocide.
The genocide.
And we're aiding. Yeah, like talk about bare minimum aid right there.
Dude.
We're aligned with one of the powers who's involved in the civil war, who's attempting to restore civil order. There you go. That's what's actually happening.
Starving the country, preventing medicine from getting into the country.
Incorrect.
Who are we kidding? This is like
Is he going to mention Saudi Arabia and all the aid they've given to Yemen?
It's like $1 billion since the war began, but they won't get credit for that because Saudi Arabia is allied with the U.S. So.
Ah, yes. And I mean, look at how they treat women.
Oh, yeah. Totally not like women are treated poorly in Iran or anything, right? So there you go. Come on, Kyle. We're almost done, by the way. Like 85%.
Oh, I know. You know he's almost done when he starts going through everything again.
Oh, that's right. He's in the concluding paragraph.
Didn't you have a meme about that recently?
Yeah,
it was
I did.
something.
No, I did, which is that you never bring up new shit in your conclusion. Somebody I was debating or something, I forget where it came up. It might have been Millsrow. I have no idea. I'm so busy. I do so many debates. Somebody brought up new shit in their conclusion. And I was just like, I think we were doing concluding remarks, and somebody brought up.
Oh,
it
was with Kaiser.
Oh, that's right. No, that guy was dumb. He was objectively dumb. He thought I was accusing him of harboring terrorists. That was hilarious. It was so stupid I didn't even notice it. That's how stupid it was.
That's right, because during your final bit, you were just kind of going over in your concluding statements. Oh, going back through all the points you made during the debate, and I think he said something snotty like, "Yeah, you said all this before." Like,
that's right. I was just repeating myself.
And you're repeating yourself. That's the purpose of a recap, you dumb motherfucker.
But I had to correct him on something else from English earlier on. Something else too. He was not a smart dude. He just simply wasn't. He wasn't that bright. He wasn't bright. He was dumb. Like I'm saying it straight out. He was a dumb dude. So it's cringe and lame pilled. I mean, the jury's out on whether him or Daniel were dumber. I still think Daniel was probably dumber, but my goodness.
Oh, I mean, it's gonna be hard to out dumb that. I mean, come on. That's asking for a little bit too much.
Yeah. I actually had a lot of disappointingly dumb contenders in recent months. So
drawing down from after.
There was actually a guy today that was like, no, debate me tonight. Like, I want this immediately. And I was just like, that's not how it works. We book into August right now. So the earliest is August 2nd. It was like, okay, fine. But then right before we were about to go live, that guy messaged me too. He's like, why can't you debate me now or something stupid? So.
Afghanistan. And by the way, he's probably going to keep some contractors there. He's probably going to keep some troops on the ground to train the Afghan military. And I'm going to criticize him for that. But pulling out of Bagram Air Force Base, that was wonderful.
That was wonderful. Pulling out of
admission.
That was wonderful. Not even just like, yeah, that was the right move. No, that was wonderful. Okay. Yeah, so Biden, yeah, he might do some bare minimum thing. Oh, more contractors. Yeah, send the mercs in. I'm sure that will be awesome. You should criticize that. We'd actually agree with him on that. We'll criticize that too. And then maybe a few troops on the ground training the security forces. Dude, in 6 months there's not going to be any fucking security forces. What are you talking about? Yeah, I guess maybe, and they'll have 6 months worth of training, for whatever good that will do. But Kyle will criticize it. Don't worry, he's going to hold Biden's feet to the fire for doing bare minimum militarism. We'll do that too, but it will be from a much more base perspective.
Drawing down more, that was wonderful. The Taliban keeps taking over territory. Guess what? None of our business.
Oh,
that smugness, dude. It's a country the size of Canada, population-wise. He doesn't care. Doesn't care.
That's the Aaron Maté line. It's none of our business. That's very interesting. How they never bothered to explain how that's the case or why that's the case. Why is it none of our business?
Sovereignty, sovereignty, bro.
Sovereignty. So the Taliban just gives automatic sovereignty. I mean, they're not in control really right now. They're up and comers. They're on the rise.
Yeah, but the main government there is allied with the U.S., so by definition, they don't have sovereignty.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they were never legitimate. They never had any real sovereignty. And I mean, according to Kyle, they're very corrupt. So there you go. If you're corrupt, you lose your sovereignty, unless you're a regime that Kyle carries water for.
Yeah,
then it's fine. If you're Bolivia, if you're Venezuela, if you're Iran, if you're Syria, then it's fine.
What a mess.
Shouldn't have been in there in the first place.
That's fucking stupid.
And if
Shouldn't
they're
have-
going to take it over no matter...
That's so amazing to me. Even Bernie voted for this.
Yeah, and Kyle's
Bernie
like, yeah, and
voted
I
to go.
criticize him all the time. I criticize him all the time.
We criticize Saudi Arabia all the time.
We talk about that all the time.
That's right.
That meme's never going away. Like, people are still going to be talking about that crap show in like 10 years when Alex crashed TYT.
It was a beautiful day.
It's so funny. Get off the stage, you fat fuck.
Jimmy Dore spit in his face.
So much happened in 7 minutes. Like, amazing memes. And Alex Jones is like, oh, we're just being nice. And at one point he's like, it's an honor to be here. And Ben Mankiewicz is like, I don't think that's how that works. Because he crashed the
I don't think that's how it works. Well, getting back to this, I'm not going to blow anybody's mind when I say this, but it actually is our concern. It actually is a lot of our business, what happens in this country. You know why? Let's just say we have a bad history of just letting this country do whatever it feels like doing. Not even really the country, but letting groups come to power unchallenged in this nation. Letting the Taliban run things unchallenged has not worked out very well for us, amazingly enough. And that's something that should actually be prevented. But in Kyle's universe, if Kyle were president in 2001, in response to 9/11, you know what he would have done? Jack shit. That's amazing. Like, what an admission of anti-patriotism. Like, you wouldn't have done anything. Oh, maybe he would have pressured the UN to do something, as if they would have done it. What would they have done?
They would have
wagged their finger a little bit.
Bad. They would have said it was bad. It's
Not bad and sad.
Not
Just
bad. Just bad.
Oh, that's so lame.
And cringe filled.
Cringe.
We're almost done.
When we leave, then rip off the Band-Aid quickly, is what I say. Because all of our funds should be used.
By the way, Vosh disagrees with that. Even Vosh is like, well, if you leave immediately, it's going to be a disaster.
Kyle's foreign policy advice for withdrawal is to rip off the Band-Aid quickly.
It's worse than Vosh. How does Vosh have a better take on this than Kyle?
That's insanity.
No, because even Vosh got in trouble because he's like, look, if you leave without having any sort of plan in place, it's going to go to shit. And Kyle's like, yeah, so what if it goes to shit? We are that. That is what we are.
We are shit.
I can be way more shit than you. Let's go. No, dude. Okay, I guess this is why Haas was S tier on that ranking that they did for the hippy dippy thing because, his memes are too good. Like they're accidentally, like if he gets big as the next Vosh, that's gonna be how, just by being the lol cow of the internet. So.
Oh, exactly. I know I shouldn't be shocked by what a piece of shit Kyle is. But really, how could anyone justify that stance? Where it's just like, oh yeah, no. If you get out as quickly as possible. We don't care. That's their problem. We should use our funds over here. It's like, well, we do have funds for over here. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? We're passing an infrastructure bill right now, amazingly enough.
Used to rebuild our own country and give our own people health care and college and child care. And
our own country looks like fucking heaven compared to their country.
Yeah, and that
like, yeah. Oh, you can only address one thing at a time. Tunnel vision to the extreme. I see how it is. So trite at this point. He's said it so many times. Kyle, who do you think you're fooling with this? Who do you think you're fooling with this? There's somebody just nodding along, just like, yeah, no, I need money. I need help. Those people over there, not my concern. Oh, by the way, though, I identify as a humanitarian. For real, my channel is secular talk.
Yes.
The Taliban's coming back to power, though. They're going to establish a caliphate. Oh, no, not our problem. How can you live like this? How can he look himself in the fucking mirror is beyond me.
He's like, well, that's my favorite goober right there. That's what he says when he looks himself in the mirror.
My favorite goober.
Goober Kyle.
Oh.
So I don't want to hear it from a war criminal. You're making a mistake.
Shut the fuck up.
God, look, I want to try to end this within the 4-hour mark, but wow. He's just doing too many memes.
I don't want to hear this from a war criminal. Well, luckily you didn't. Because that's not what George Bush is. He's not a war criminal. According to who? Osama bin Laden? Some hacks at the UN who don't actually have the power to enforce anything? You're a war criminal.
Ringy.
You doing torture. You doing
Let's
Iraq
be
and
honest.
Afghanistan in the first place.
You didn't have to throw
That
in
was a
the war criminal bit. You didn't have to throw in it coming from George W. Bush. What Kyle should have said, and this is real honesty, he should have said, I don't want to hear this from anybody. I don't want to hear anybody bring up the treatment of women and girls now in Taliban-controlled territories.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear it. Because as soon as you tell me about it, ooh, that makes me feel a little uncomfortable. Maybe we should do something about that. Uh-oh. Conflict of interest. I'm going to lose my paycheck. No. Don't remind me of that. That's manufacturing consent for war.
For regime change wars.
That's right. I mean, and now this is really, Kyle. This is what Kyle does. The last fucking 30 seconds of the video he has to bring up as much fucking garbage as humanly possible.
Oh, we're not there yet. He's a minute 30.
He's bringing up my torture. Oh no, cry me a river. Oh no. They did some enhanced interrogation of these Al-Qaeda scumbags. Oh, what? I heard they waterboarded them. Did they drown them? No. They made them feel like they were drowning. Bro. Right. Yeah. Good luck getting me to sympathize with this. This is a failed idea failed premise from the ground up, really.
Yeah.
It wasn't a mistake in their eyes. It was like they had these plans for a long time and they were looking for an opening to go ahead and execute them. So they did. They did. But you know what's amazing? This shows you how bad George W. Bush is, by the way. Even Barack Obama. Barack Obama came out and was like, yeah, okay, I think Joe's doing the right thing. Barack Obama, who did a surge in Afghanistan, is now like, Joe Biden's right. We got to pull out eventually, right?
Well, yeah, that's because Obama also ended the surge. So, like, he was based and he was also cringe. Like, he was cringe and based pilled. Like, that's the meme, right? So.
What a weird way to say that. He's like, yeah, this is how you know George W. Bush is so bad, because even Obama came out in favor of Biden's withdrawal. Yeah, Obama and Biden were a presidential ticket.
Yeah.
Obama was objectively not as much of a hawk as George W. Bush. A big part of him running, you could say that George W. Bush didn't run as a hawk, at least the first time around. Obama ran as like an anti-hawk the first time around.
Yeah.
And then the second time around, he ran as an anti-hawk too. So just a little bit less convincingly, because he hadn't pulled out, or actually no, he had pulled out of Iraq at that point, but he hadn't pulled out of Afghanistan. So no, but even like, what a stupid thing to say. Even Obama came out in favor of Biden. If anybody's going to come out in favor of Biden, it's going to be Obama.
Probably.
Like, isn't that a stupid thing to say? Like,
Well, it's also a Kyle thing to say. So
A Kyle thing. That's gonna be our new. It's gonna be our new adjective.
yep.
Man, you're so Kyle.
Man, that's such a Kyle thing. Like,
Ugh.
grow up. Okay.
What's that? Just girly things.
Yes, I have the meme. I have the meme actually right here. I made one of those memes. Completely destroying the enemy's ability to retaliate. Hashtag just nuke build things.
That's right.
Kyle, on the other hand, is completely destroying your ability to retaliate. Hashtag just cringe build things.
Just cringe build things.
Donald Trump, even though he's criticized it in other ways, ultimately he's like, it's a wonderful and positive thing. That's a direct quote. He said, it's a wonderful and positive thing to get out of Afghanistan.
Why are we citing him for quality? Yeah, even
he's a little bit
like, are you? Yeah,
Wait,
even
he's
Trump
just-
came.
He's
a little bitch. He's a little bitch.
Wait. We're going back. Wait. Is he trying to channel his inner
His
puppy murderer?
inner puppy murderer. That's right.
I was based in high school. He's a bitch. Okay.
Ugh.
Let's go. Let's see. Neil calling Kyle. Okay, let's try this.
He said, it's a wonderful and positive thing to get out of Afghanistan. I mean, he's a little bitch because he was stonewalled by the generals and didn't fight back.
Yeah, he's a little bitch. It's just funny to hear Kyle call somebody a little bitch. It's just funny. It's funny.
And I like, again, that's such a stupid thing to say. Yeah, even Trump said it's a wonderful thing. This was Trump's idea. Of course he said it was a wonderful
Trump's idea. He literally had Pompeo go over there and be smiles with the Taliban. Like, this was Trump's legacy, right? And now it's Biden's, but like Kyle has to know that. He has to know that. He's done videos on Trump wanting to surrender.
But he does so many videos, man. He can't remember everything.
Oh my god. Imagine he's like a goldfish. He just, maybe each time he talks about the Iraq war, he thinks it's like a new breakthrough.
he literally thinks it's 2003.
Well, he thinks it's the first one he's done. Like, ooh, I'll talk about the Iraq war. That'll be a new take on things.
At least he's honest enough to admit, yeah, this is the right thing to do. So we got Obama, we got Trump, and we got Biden all saying, we at least have to draw down massively. The only...
Yeah, all the cringe presidents, the only base president was like, yeah, I'm the decider, and it's dumb and bad and sad. So, like, literally, George Bush was the only serious commander-in-chief that the U.S. has had in the 21st century. Like, the only one that comes close is Bill Clinton, but he was only president for, like, what? Like, a year of that? Or, like, wait, hold on. No.
No, he wasn't.
No, wait, Bill Clinton was in office 1993 to 2001. So he was in for like a year.
I think he only came into 2000 a little bit, but because you had the
No,
you're
Bush
right.
was inaugurated in January of 2001. So Bill Clinton was like 5% or 4% of the century so far. And he was okay. Bush was pretty based, and the rest were lame pilled or worse. So Trump was treason pilled. So
one who's holding out, George W. Bush.
Based. Yeah, it's the correct position.
The sole lion. Like, does a lion care if a bunch of sheep don't want to hang out with them? No, he's just gonna do lion shit. That's like the meme, right? Does a hawk care if a bunch of pigeons don't want to join him? He's like, I eat pigeons. Why would I like? Why do I care? I'll just eat them. Like, do these guys care if a bunch of pigeons want to fly alongside them? They're like, they can try. They won't be able to keep up.
You can try, bitch.
They're night hawks, dude. Literally, they're literally night hawks. So,
which actually is, solid evidence for my theory that
Cal's a theory. Oh, this will be interesting.
W. Bush was the worst of all of them.
In other words, again, like I just said, the most based of any, the only one that was actually,
so the best. Okay. Yeah.
Like,
if Kyle thinks you're the worst, you're probably the best. That's a pretty good indicator.
I do believe W. Bush was worse than Trump. I do. I mean, it's close. They're both horrendous. In many ways, they're super similar. Like their economic policies are almost identical.
Yeah, but you know what he's going to say, their foreign policy. He's like, but you got to hand it to Trump. He had a good foreign policy, right? He said he trusts the Russians over the CIA.
Identical. If anything, Trump's was a little worse. But overall, in totality, probably George W. Bush was worse. And this is great evidence of it here.
This is great evidence. Hold on. I got to give a final thought on this.
Yeah. We do have to wrap this up pretty shortly, but go.
I got you. That will be the last one.
Go.
Let's flip and go. Here's my final thoughts on that. What he says at the end. This is great evidence that George W. Bush is worse than Trump. Because George W. Bush had the audacity to bring up the current treatment of women and girls in Taliban-controlled territories. That's all the evidence Kyle needs. That George W. Bush is worse than Trump. A guy who is an infamous misogynist. A guy who, this was his idea to begin with, to pal around with the Taliban and capitulate to them. In even more embarrassing ways than even Biden could think of. Inviting them to Camp David. Oh, let's have a talk there. That'll be awesome. George W. Bush was worse than that guy, apparently. He was worse than him because he had the audacity after 9/11 to go in and actually seek out justice. Actually honor the memory of everyone who was lost on such a tragic day. Yeah, what a terrible move. What a terrible commander-in-chief. Kyle was in charge. He wouldn't have done anything. I'm so, we made the goldfish joke. Because it's like each Kyle video is the first. It does feel like that sometimes. And I am utterly blown away at the lack of empathy that could be contained within one human being. The amount of xenophobia and rabid nationalism and privilege and elitism and fucking smug douchebaggery that could be contained within one human being is off the charts. It shouldn't even be possible. Yet here we are. Here we are, week in and week out. We see what Kyle has to say. Oh, what did Kyle have to say? All these news events go on. Let's see what Kyle had to say. And you know it's going to be some bullshit like that.
Yeah.
That is just going to leave me utterly disgusted. That's what I do. If people are wondering, oh, what do you do on the days you don't do the podcast? I spend the rest of those days detoxing from the absolute disgusting display I just had to go through. I'm just like, I'm huddled in a corner. I'm in the fetal position. I'm just like, no, please. Don't remind me of him. Don't remind me of what I've seen. I have seen the depraved depths of humanity, my friends. And his name is Kyle Kulinski. So,
no, his name is Kremlin Kyle Kulinski.
Kremlin Kyle Kulinski. That's all I have to say about him. He's crap. His videos suck. His points are asinine. He got so much wrong. And he reveals so much of himself along the way in terms of, and it's all such projection. When he looks at George W. Bush and he's like, he's a ghoul. It's like, dude, you're the ghoul. Look at you. You look at millions of people being sent to an eternity of tyranny, and you're just like, shrug it off. Not my problem. How much of a monster do you have to be to have a position like that? Okay, I'm done.
Well, there we are. I don't really have too much else to add. I think I've made it fairly clear my position on Kremlin Kyle Kulinski, Triple K.
No, I don't think you've ever talked about him, actually.
Oh, okay. well, he's a hack. He's a useful idiot, and he's lame. So there we are. Thank you for tuning in, everybody. Over 4 hours for Ghoul Gang Rising. Half of that reacting to Kyle, of course, as per usual. Be sure to
I wouldn't have
subscribe.
it any other way.
Yes, be sure to subscribe to my co-host here over on YouTube at Spooky Nukies. You can request to follow him on Twitter at Spooky Nukies. However, I hear he's pretty selective, so good luck with that.
Make an anti-Kyle account, and you can follow me with that.
And then, if you want to support me, you can follow me over on Twitter at Kevin Castley. You can subscribe here for daily premieres and daily live streams. We do this show every week, dunking on the worst foreign policy takes. Additionally, if you want to support me financially, you can check me out over on Ko-Fi, PayPal, and Patreon. And big ups to all the supporters of the channel in recent months. You guys are based and keep on rocking in the free world. So with that, the Ghoul Gang will be back again next week. So stay tuned. Keep on rocking in the free world.
Thanks for tuning in.